Chapter 396. Yi Qian, you scored very high in the provincial first high school. How did you get in after taking a year off? All of us worked hard to get in. As for you, even if your results were good, how did you get in without any grades in biology, geography, or sports? Ying asked slowly. Her voice was delicate, and she even had a smile on her face. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask you how you managed to get into the provincial first high school under such difficult circumstances, and even managed to skip a grade and get into the most difficult class 1. I'm not targeting you. I just want to be fair and just... Ying wasn't the only one who thought this. She was very smart. She asked the other students who didn't agree and didn't believe that Yi Qian was really that capable. Seeing that a few students nodded in agreement with her words, Yi Qian sneered. Ying, if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, then play with her. He looked at all the students with clear eyes, not just Ying. He said calmly, since everyone got in based on their abilities, then I'll do the same. Just as Ying said, I didn't score in biology, geography, or sports. But to me, even if I didn't score in these 3 subjects, it wouldn't affect my entrance exam. It wouldn't be a stumbling block for me to get into the provincial first high school. Before he could continue, a student stood up and said, I believe in Yi Qian. How could someone who relied on his abilities not get into the provincial first high school because he took a year off? With one, there was a second. They all stood up one after another. I believe in him too. I participated in the provincial first high school's entrance exam with Yi Qian 2 years ago. His answers in class were fast and accurate. He never missed a question. His ability from 2 years ago had been influential until now. Those who knew Yi Qian and those who had seen Yi Qian's ability with their own eyes believed in him. Their words were enough to form a high wall against the rumors and slanders. And Justin, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed to the front of the classroom and said loudly, I'm Yi Qian's junior high school classmate. I guarantee with my life that Yi Qian got into the provincial first high school with his ability. Then she glared at Ying and said through gritted teeth, Ying, you're still the same as when you were in junior high school. Despicable. Saying that they were a family? What a joke. Since when did you treat Yi Qian as family? Your mother did it again and again. If she continued to talk about it, the situation would worsen. Yi Qian did not want to alarm the school leaders on the first day of school, so she smiled and stopped her. Justin, let's not talk about the past anymore. Thank you for defending me. Let me talk about it myself. With that, Yi Qian glanced at Ying. Suddenly, she found a look of disappointment in Yi Ying's eyes. Alarm bells went off in Yi Qian's heart and her eyes darkened. Did she miss something? Yi Qian glanced at Teacher Tong, who had remained silent and had a serious expression on her face. Yi Qian came to a realization. She knew what she had missed. Ying wanted to expand her influence to the point where even the school's leaders would be alarmed. She wanted to leave a deep impression on the school's leaders that she was a troublemaker on the first day of school. That way, there would be many opportunities to slip away from her. She was a troublemaker. Chapter 397. No, she even included Justin in her calculations. As one of the instigators of the conflict, Justin, a student whose grades were not as good as Yi Ying's, would also be implicated in this matter and leave the school leaders with a bad impression of her as someone who wanted to stir up trouble. Sure enough, she had improved. This was a trick that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Qian, who had seen through her trick, faced all her classmates again. She was not afraid in the face of danger. She maintained a faint smile and said word by word seriously, I am qualified to stand here and skip grades because I am qualified to pass the exam with my own strength, and my grades are enough to prove that I entered the provincial first high school fair and square, just like all the other students. Maybe you don't believe it, but that's the truth. I didn't get any extra marks, but I still got into the provincial first high school. This is my ability. Her voice was very calm, but it had a majestic aura. Every word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making the hearts of the students tremble slightly. The confident Yi Qian was like an unclimbable mountain, standing tall and lofty, Ying almost laughed out loud when she heard this. You can't even check your grades. How can you be fair and square? That's strange. Ying, didn't you say that you lost your composure because you haven't seen me for more than a year? Why are you now mentioning that you can't even check my grades? Have you checked them? Yi Qian looked at Ying, whose face was beginning to stiffen, with confusion. He asked her in a casual tone, "There's something I don't quite understand. Only I know my student ID. Only the teachers can check a student's grades. Ying, may I ask, how do you know that you can't check my grades? You know to check my grades, but you don't know if I'm home. Don't you think your words are contradictory?" Ying was not the only one who had improved. In the year that he had not seen her, Yi Qian knew better how to retaliate against Ying. He had seen through her tricks, so he just had to deal with it calmly. The students' gazes were all dark and unclear. They were all second-year high school students and were only a year or two away from adulthood. They more or less knew what they should know. At this moment, even the most insensitive of students could see that something was wrong with Ying. He was obviously making fun of Yi Qian. "I'm just worried about whether you're back or not, so I wanted to check your results. After all, you had your reasons for dropping out of school last year. You don't have to be so nervous. Just tell us that you can rely on your own strength." Yi Ying's face was extremely stiff. Even her cheeks were frozen. Her gaze flickered unnaturally as she avoided the main point and said, "I also believe in my sister's ability, but you have to stand out and explain. Let the other students know that you entered the school fairly and justly." This matter could not be explained clearly. Even if Yi Qian relied on his own abilities to pass the exam, he knew that today would definitely leave a seed of doubt in the hearts of some of his classmates. His high school life would not be too peaceful. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He said with a faint smile, "It's true that my results can't be found. It's not because I didn't pass, but because someone framed me last year. Just in case, the Provincial Education Bureau hid my results." After he finished speaking, he leaned slightly to the side and said to Teacher Tong, "Teacher Tong, I have a presumptuous request. Can you show me my middle school entrance exam so that Yi Ying can rest assured?" He was not angry, nor did he criticize Yi Ying's actions. It was just a pure explanation. There was no trace of anger at all. Chapter 398. This was using gentleness to overcome strength. Using gentleness to resist the other party's aggressiveness. Who was cute, who was hateful, who was easier to get along with. As long as the students weren't blind, they could tell. Teacher Tong liked Yi Qian more and more. She was gentle but firm. She was neither anxious nor impatient, and she had the demeanor of a noble. When she heard what Teacher Tong said, she smiled and said, "I have already prepared for this." The general consensus for this year's middle school exams is that they are very difficult. We have seen them too. It can be said that this is the most difficult exam in the last 5 years. Teacher Tong opened the drawer of the podium and took out a craft paper folder. Inside it was Yi Qian's exam paper. Student Yi Qian did such a difficult exam and achieved 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. This kind of result is more than enough to get into our provincial number 1 middle school. After Tong Laoxian finished speaking, everyone in the class sucked in a breath of cold air. 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. Was this a perfect score for every exam? The classroom was silent. Not a single student whispered or looked at Yi Qian with suspicion. It was unbelievable. It was completely unimaginable. She actually managed to get 4th place in the province in the middle school exams. Fair and just. Yi Qian used her ability to tell the class that she used her results to get into the provincial number 1 middle school. Who would dare to question her? Who would dare to doubt her? Other than the 3 points deducted for the essay, student Yi Qian got full marks for every exam. If she had those 3 results, she would definitely be the provincial number 1 middle school student. As Teacher Tong spoke, she walked down from the podium and placed the test paper on Yi Ying's desk. She sighed and said, "You children, if even the test is not fair and impartial, then the entire education system will fall into a state of eternal damnation. After 10 years of hard work, Student Yi Qian has already experienced unfair treatment once. However, she is not discouraged. She used her ability to win another chance to go to school. Come, Ying, your results are not bad. Let's take a look at the math questions first. Then, close the exam paper and go to the blackboard to solve the geometry question again. When Ying received the test paper, her face was as colorful as a dye house, intertwining with each other. Gradually, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Teacher Tong and sobbed, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just want to know why." "Ying, if you want to know why, I have no objections. However, your actions have once again hurt a student who has already been treated unfairly. So, your apology is not to the teacher, but to Yi Qian." In Teacher Tong's eyes, Yi Ying's tears were not worth forgiving or sympathizing with if the tears were just to hide her own darkness. He placed the other physics paper in front of a boy in the first year of high school. The chemistry paper was placed in the hands of a boy who also had good grades. Then, he placed the language paper in front of a girl. "Come and take a look. Fairness and justice are in the papers in your hands." As for why student Yi Qian skipped a grade to become a second year of high school, I didn't want to add more pressure on you. But now, I can tell you that Yi Qian took this year's college entrance exam and passed it in the same amount of time. Her results will not be a problem at all. How many of you can be like her, passing a second-year exam after only 1 year of high school? Most importantly, Yi Qian even took a year off from school. Chapter 399. Hearing this, Yi Ying almost tore the test paper in her hand in half. The shock on her face was even greater. Her eyes were fixed on the test paper. What? This wretched girl passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university. Impossible. How could she surpass me? She passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university without even going to high school. Wow, that's amazing. The question sheets are so clean, and so are the rest of the questions. No wonder she participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad. The geometry questions at the back are indeed a bit difficult. If you want me to solve them now, I'll have to give it a try. The girl who sat next to Yi Ying had good grades in science. After seeing Yi Qian's test paper, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She was only impressed by Yi Qian's test paper. She didn't notice that Yi Ying's face was already covered with dark clouds. As if a storm was coming at any time, Yi Qian had already returned to her temporary seat. She was very tall, so she was very eye-catching sitting in the front. In the following self-introductions, the students who walked up to the podium would first take a second look at her before they started. When it was Yi Ying's turn to introduce herself, a boy joked, "We all know you, and we all remember you." Unintentional words were even more hurtful, especially to someone like Yi Ying, who always wanted to show off her superiority. The boy's teasing was like a dagger fiercely stabbing into her heart. It made her the laughingstock of the class. When she came down, she glanced at Yi Qian from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to warn Yi Qian to show that she wasn't afraid. Who knew that Yi Qian didn't even look at her? Instead, he was talking to a girl behind him, with a faint smile on his face. Yi Ying's eyes stung, and she looked away angrily. After sitting down, she was like a proud peacock, using beautiful feathers to disguise herself and hide her insidious heart. The half-an-hour morning self-study session didn't let the 60 students in the class finish their self-introductions. After class, Teacher Tong seemed to have forgotten to let Yi Ying do the questions on the blackboard. When the bell rang, she only said, "The next 2 classes are math exams. Students, you have 10 minutes to prepare yourselves." How was he mentally prepared? It was like a bolt from the blue. Amidst the wailing, and Justin rushed to Yi Qian as if nothing had happened. She clung onto Yi Qian like a koala. "My Jane Eyre, you've kept me in the dark for so long." And Justin, who had spent the whole summer watching period dramas, still hadn't gotten over it. Every time she opened her mouth, she would speak in a strange tone. "Why didn't you tell me that day? Tell me, why didn't you tell me?" Yi Qian almost fainted from her strangling. "Because I want to go to high school safely. I don't want anything like last year to happen again. Understand? You're right. I'm happy now, so I forgive you this time. Being in the same school and class as her good friend again made Injusin even happier than if she had won a ranking. The smile on Injusin's face was so wide that her eyes were about to become slits. There were only 10 minutes before class ended, but all the students who came to talk to Yi Qian found that she could accurately say their names after they introduced themselves once. By the time the math and language exams were over, she had already memorized the names of all the students in the class in just one morning. IQ and memory really have to be compared to know who's better. I'm impressed. With her IQ and memory, she could choose from any of the top universities in the country. She's amazing. She can't be compared to her at all. For both exams, she only used one class to hand in the papers. Pressure, pressure. Chapter 400. Seeing that even the top student in the cohort felt pressured, the other boys in the cafeteria laughed and said, "Bro, I'm afraid the top student in the cohort won't be guaranteed. That's normal. Yi Qian will crush us in terms of IQ, memory, and learning range. The top student in the cohort will become the uncrowned king." The top student in the cohort wasn't tall, only about 1.7 meters. He had a few pimples on his face and was a gentle and easygoing guy. He didn't feel pressured by Yi Jian's arrival, so he smiled and said, "8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his own abilities. We don't have to compete with Yi Jian's results. We just have to stabilize our own. Comparing grades with her will only make us feel more pressured. Also," he paused and said, "Also, I think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. We can ask her if there's anything we don't understand. I don't think she'll reject helping each other and improving each other." "That's right. I also think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. That Ying, I'm afraid she's not easy to get along with. She's not as pretty as Yi Qian." "Fuck, go to hell. You're always staring at girls." The 5 boys joked and laughed as they walked to the cafeteria. Yi Ying, who had been walking alone behind them, heard their conversation and felt her blood boiling in her chest. The hatred in her heart deepened. Yi Ying bit her lower lip so hard that teeth marks appeared. Yi Qian, that damn thing. As long as she appeared, she wouldn't have a good day. No, she had to think of a way to get rid of her. She had to think of a way. It would be best if she could make this person disappear from this world forever. Yi Ying, who had wanted to eat in the cafeteria, turned around and jogged to the snack bar. Yi Jifan was about to get off work when he saw that the call was from the school's snack bar. He quickly sat down and picked up the phone. "Hello, Ying. How come you still have time to call Dad on the first day of class?" "Dad, Yi Qian came to the provincial first high school. It's not that we can't check her grades, but the Provincial Education Bureau deliberately hid her grades. Dad, what should I do? Now, the whole class revolves around her. I finally managed to get into class 1, but she appeared." "What? Yi Qian has arrived at the provincial first high school, but he didn't have her results at all." Even the usually calm Yi Jifan paused for a moment. His eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, "Did she say anything else?" "What? She didn't say anything. She just said that she relied on her grades to get into the provincial first high school. Moreover, Dad, she was ranked 4th in the province." Yi Ying gnashed her teeth as she spoke. When she mentioned her grades, her facial features twisted again. "Dad, you can't let her stay in school. You can't. I can't lose to her. I want her to disappear from the school. I want her to disappear completely. Dad, you have to help me. You have to help me." Yi Jifan, who was in a state of shock, felt his heart skip a beat. Even the Provincial Education Bureau came out to protect Yi Jian, which meant that there really was someone behind her. "No, Ying, you have to calm down. Listen to Dad. Yi Qian must have someone secretly helping her. Now, Dad has something to tell you. Since you're in the same class as her, pay attention to who is helping her. Let Dad find out more before he makes a move. Remember, Yi Qian came prepared. You can't be careless. You have to act calmly. Also, you have to maintain a good relationship with the sons and daughters of the high-ranking officials. If necessary, let them deal with Yi Qian. You can't make a move easily. Do you understand?" Chapter 401. When Yi Ying heard that she still needed to endure it, tears streamed down her face. However, She understood Yi Jifan's advice. She cried as she replied, I know, Dad. I'll pay attention to who's behind her. You can step in when the time comes. Dad will definitely step in for you, but not now. Yi Jifan's heart sank. He was very worried that his daughter would lose her composure because of Yi Qian's return. After a heavy sigh, he seemed to have an idea. He covered the microphone with his hand and lowered his voice. Ying, you must hold on to the jade pendant well. Dad can tell you that this jade pendant is very useful. Even if Yi Qian has someone behind her, she's still just an ordinary citizen with some small achievements. You will definitely not be an ordinary citizen in the future. Trust Dad. Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and the world will be wide open. It won't be too late to settle the score with her after we find out the truth. Ying was stunned. Why did he mention the jade pendant again? It sounded like it wasn't just a little important. Could it be that there was a secret on the jade pendant? This jade pendant was Yi Qian's. Dad, is the jade pendant really that important? I've heard you mention it countless times. Ying took out the jade pendant. Because it was an expensive piece of jade, she used it as a decoration when she played with her classmates whose parents were officials in the first year of high school. Yi Jifan originally wanted to keep it a secret until his daughter went to university. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes, it's very important, very important. It's a symbol of status. A symbol of status? Ying's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed. So you're saying that as long as I have this jade pendant, Yi Qian will live at my whim for the rest of his life? Isn't that right, Dad? Isn't that right? She was anxious to get confirmation. Her voice was anxious and trembling. Yes, Ying, so. Before Yi Jifan could finish, Ying hurriedly said, So, there's no need for me to be jealous of her grades, right? Because no matter how good her grades are, they'll never be as good as yours, right? After laughing, Yi Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked doubtfully, However, there's still something I don't quite understand. Why does this piece of jade represent an identity? Dad, please tell me. I need some consolation. I don't want to lose to that wretched girl Yi Qian. Yi Jifan knew that once he said that the jade represented an identity, then his daughter would definitely ask about it. After a soft sigh, he said in a low voice, I'm not too sure myself. When your aunt sacrificed herself, this piece of jade was sent back together with her belongings. Not long after Dad became the village chief, he received a call saying that he wanted me to take good care of the jade and not tell Sun Xueqing's daughter about it. Sun Xueqing, Yi Qian's mother. As for this piece of jade, Dad kept it because he thought it was valuable. When Dad was promoted to the position of mayor, the head of the city even talked to Dad personally. His words hinted that someone was helping Dad in the dark. In this world, there is no such thing as kindness without reason or resentment, and there is no such thing as help without a purpose. After thinking about it, Yi Jifan guessed that the person behind this piece of jade had been secretly helping him all this time. That was why he said that this piece of jade represented an identity. If it wasn't someone with an identity, how could they help him? But Ying, these are all Dad's guesses. Also, you have to do your best. Her grades are good, so you have to do better than her. My precious daughter is so smart. How could she be defeated by someone who has been inferior to her since she was young? Chapter 402. Compared to Sun Dongqing, Yi Jifan's words ignited Yi Ying's fighting spirit more. That's right. If her grades were good, then as long as her grades were better, wouldn't all problems be solved? After hanging up the phone, Yi Ying felt that all her worries had disappeared, and her chin was slightly raised. Even when she walked, her gaze was slightly raised. It was a sense of superiority. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian and Justin and 4 other girls from the same dormitory whom they had met briefly went to the cafeteria to eat. Just as they were about to reach the cafeteria, they bumped into Yi Ying, who had just returned from a phone call. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Yi Ying glanced at the girls. Her eyes were filled with disdain. At first glance, she could tell that they were all from ordinary families. Birds of a feather flock together. People of different backgrounds would associate with the same people. Sister, call home when you're free. My dad is very worried about you. Yi Ying, who spoke, unconsciously touched the pendant on her chest. She smiled and said, I just called my dad to tell him that you're back. Yi Qian did not want to involve her classmates in the dispute between her and Yi Ying. She smiled at Justin and said, Justin, go to the cafeteria with Xiaoyi and the rest first. Help me get food too. Thank you. But, and Justin was worried. However, when she met Yi Qian's slightly heavy gaze, she immediately nodded. She pulled the girls from the same dormitory and said softly, Let's go first. Once the students left, Yi Ying's ugly face was completely revealed. With a gloomy gaze, she laughed softly and said, Stupid girl, don't think that you can surpass me just because you're back at number 1 middle school. Like people live like that. As for you, don't even think about surpassing me. Who's going to compete with you? Ying, it looks like you're the one who's competing with me. Yi Qian smiled. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, but she did not seem to be sweating at all. She was refreshed, and her eyes were as beautiful as water. I stopped because I wanted to tell you that getting into number 1 middle school is not a big deal. It's hard for you to get into number 1 middle school, but for me it's extremely easy. His words pierced Yi Ying's heart. Her expression changed and she said fiercely, So what? I'll let you be proud today, but just you wait and see. With your status, you don't deserve to be compared to me. When it came to bickering, Yi Ying had always lost every battle. After she lost, she would leave in a huff. But before she left, her gloomy eyes that clearly had other intentions made Yi Qian frown slightly. After talking to Yi Zhifan on the phone, it seemed like he had received some advice. In that case, he had to be more careful. The episode ended as quickly as it started. When Yi Qian went to the cafeteria, and Justin had already ordered the food. Not only was there a girl from the same dormitory sitting next to her, but there were also other students from her class. In the cafeteria, Zhang Bin from class 4 was carrying a plate and looking for Yi Qian. He wanted to come over after the math test, but he was caught by the PE teacher to move the sports equipment. Now that it was noon, he rushed to the cafeteria to look for Yi Qian. Because there was still a week of military training in the first year of high school, the cafeteria was slightly empty and not too crowded. Soon, he heard Justin's voice. Following the direction of the voice, he saw Yi Qian. Not only were the two of them sitting together, but there were also a few other students sitting nearby. They were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian. They seemed to have a good relationship, and a few of them were students with excellent grades in the first year of high school. Could be seen that Yi Qian got along well with his classmates on the first day of school. Chapter 403. Zhang Bin looked at Yi Qian, who was surrounded by his classmates, and then looked at Justin. He thought about it and decided to look for them after school. A boy patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and laughed. Hey, Zhang Bin, you're looking at Justin again. If you really like her, why don't you write her a love letter? It's good to let her know. But you have to be careful. Don't let the teacher find out. Their homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, is quite nice, but she can be quite scary when she's strict. What are you talking about? The transfer student from class 1, Yi Qian, is also my junior high school classmate. The voices gradually faded away. Yi Qian looked at Zhang Bin, who had walked far away, and whispered to Justin, Let's go look for Zhang Bin after class? Why should we look for him? He doesn't have time in the afternoon. He's a sports student, so he has to train every afternoon after school. Also, he doesn't live on campus. He lives at his grandmother's house. Zhang Bin's father was from Fujian town, but his mother was from the provincial capital. And Justin, who had always been carefree, was more attentive this time. She whispered, Zhang Bin's father doesn't have much contact with his grandmother's family. I heard that his mother fell out with her family because she wanted to marry into the countryside. In the future, when you see Zhang Bin, don't ask him where he lives. He doesn't want to talk about it. Hearing this, Yi Qian looked at Justin with a smile in his eyes. He purposely dragged out his words and said, Not bad. You know how to care about people. Who? Care about who? The girls who didn't hear everything came closer. Soon they were all laughing together again. Under the sunlight, the second-year students who hadn't entered the countdown to the college entrance exam were still smiling. Yi Ying, who had lost to Yi Qian again, was slapping the tree leaves fiercely and cursing. Ying, over here. Everyone is looking for you. A girl blocked Yi Ying's path and pulled her towards Swan Lake without any explanation. It's an emergency. We didn't do our summer homework. Hurry up and help us. The us the girl was referring to was the classmates that Yi Zhifan had told Yi Ying to build a good relationship with. They were not from powerful families, but they were rich. When Yi Ying saw the girl, her eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "Sure. But don't blame me if I do something wrong." She came at the right time. She was just thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian. "TSK, you're the one with the best grades among us. Even if you're wrong, you're more correct than us. Let's go." The girl pushed Yi Ying's shoulders with both hands and said with a smile, "It's an emergency. We have to finish it by noon. If necessary, they could use the sons and daughters of officials to deal with Yi Qian." Yi Zhifan's ruthless voice kept ringing in Yi Ying's ears. "Great. Isn't this an opportunity? Yi Qian. Yi Qian. Let's see how you'll survive in school after offending my friends." After lunch, Yi Qian went back to the dormitory to tidy up her bed. Just as Teacher Tong had said, the strong were respected by others. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a certain understanding of each other. The other 4 girls were even happier to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. They helped her pack her luggage and went to the convenience store to buy daily necessities like buckets. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a harmonious relationship. Teacher Tong had spent some effort in arranging the dormitory. She had arranged for a few gentle girls to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. In the afternoon, when the math test results came out, Yi Qian was unsurprisingly first in the class. His score was 24 points higher than Zhao Hai's. Chapter 404. This test was a demonstration of one's ability. Even if some students were suspicious of Yi Ying's words, they could only keep their mouths shut. Yi Ying stared at her score. She bit her lower lip and subconsciously looked towards the seat by the classroom door. That was Yi Qian's seat. She happened to see the students at the back table lean over to look at Yi Qian's paper. After hearing a low gasp, Yi Ying felt as if her heart had been violently slammed into. Teacher Zhu wrote the highest score on the blackboard. There are 2 students in the class who scored full marks. One is Yi Qian and the other is Zhao Hai. Yi Qian's paper showed no signs of tampering. The time he took to hand in the paper was 34 minutes. Yi Qian is first in this test. Zhao Hai was the first male student in the grade. I won't say much about the lowest score. I know that you all have relaxed after the summer break and didn't study properly. This test is just a reminder that school is about to start, so it's time to settle down. Yi Ying looked at her math results. She bit her lower lip even harder. She had always been good at liberal arts and bad at science. If it weren't for the fact that Teacher Tong only taught the science class, she wouldn't have insisted on transferring to the science class. But now she had widened the gap between them with just one test. She had to work hard. She couldn't drag her results down. She seemed to have thought of something. She touched her chest, tilted her head, and lightly glanced at Yi Qian, who was looking down at his paper. The corners of her mouth curved into a contemptuous sneer. So what if your results are good? This society relies on connections. It doesn't matter. You're just a small citizen with some achievements. You'll never be a big shot. Yi Jian raised her head. She knew who was looking at her. It was just a guy with delusions. Yi Jian thought to herself, he is just a guy with delusions. Teacher Zhu only explained a few key questions in class. She then said to Yi Qian, come up and explain the solution to the last question. Connect the points O and M of the circle and make the string MN. When Yi Jian was explaining, her voice was particularly soft, and it had a magical power that could make people focus all their attention on one point. Cicadas were chirping outside the window, and there was only the sound of the leaf fan hanging on the ceiling rotating in the classroom. All the students in the class were listening to her explanation carefully, and there was no extra sound. Only when the value of point n is taken on a semicircular arc that does not include point m. Our answer is obvious. Yi Jian wrote down her analysis step by step on the blackboard as she explained the questions. Some white chalk foam fell on her black hair. As she turned around, the ends of her hair swayed slightly, and the white powder fell off. The math class passed by quietly. Yi Qian's analysis process was written on the blackboard. Some students were still copying the answers on the blackboard step by step. There were also students who took their test papers to answer Yi Qian. The students who asked the questions had forgotten that Yi Qian had taken a year off from school and skipped a grade to enter the second year of high school. It had only been a day, but they all had the feeling that they had been in the same class as her all along. It was as if they had known each other for years. Just as Teacher Tong said, Yi Qian never rejected her classmates' questions. However, she had a good grasp of her limits. She didn't know how to solve everyone's questions. She imperceptibly told her classmates her principles. She couldn't help them all the time. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. Class 1 was a class that didn't relax even after class. They listened attentively in class and discussed enthusiastically after class. They only returned to their seats after the bell rang for language class. Chapter 405. Ms. Tong was also holding the test papers from the morning. She handed them in groups and then distributed them to the class. At the age of 52, she stood on the podium and scanned the class with a serious look. After a summer vacation, I believe that all of you have a better understanding of your results. The winner of this test is Yi Jian, who won first place in mathematics and literature. I won't criticize or praise anyone. It won't be too late to talk about it after the test at the end of the month. Yi Qian's ability in this test is obvious to all of you. I don't want to hear any bad rumors in class in the future. Do you hear me? Other than Yi Ying, the rest of the students raised their voices and replied, "Yes, we heard it." Okay, let's arrange the seats according to height. The taller ones can stand at the back. Ms. Tong only said a few words about the test and used the rest of the time to arrange the seats. Even though she didn't say anything, all the students understood that the difference of 1 point could be as big as the difference between heaven and earth. 1 point higher could get them admitted to a key university. 1 point lower could mean they would fail. Yi Ying lowered her head, not because of her score, but because of Ms. Tong's words. The corners of her eyes turned red as she lowered her head. Her hands gripped the edge of her skirt tightly. Her lowered gaze was like the tip of a needle. It was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. The first day of school passed in a tense atmosphere. When the school gates opened, the sun was already setting. Half of the sky was covered in a gorgeous glow. The students who didn't have boarding houses left the school in groups of 3 or 5. After a while, the boys rode their bicycles and brushed past the girls, leaving behind their whistles and screams. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of youthful high school students walking out of the school and couldn't help but smile. Not bad, little Fox is also in her second year of high school. The tall and slender man stood elegantly at the school gates with his hands in his pockets. His reserved and elegant temperament had already attracted the attention of countless students. When they saw his face clearly, several high school girls covered their mouths and deliberately walked past him with blushing faces. Yi Qian rubbed his forehead helplessly. Didn't he know to find a less crowded place to wait for him? Do I have to stand at the school gate and wait for wave after wave of students? It was too eye-catching to go over like this. Or, Yi Jian was still thinking about going over later when she saw Yi Ying, who had gone out with the other students, standing in front of Xia Jinyuan. He was surprised that Yi Ying knew him too. How could Yi Ying know him? However, she had laughed and said that she thought he looked familiar, so the girls started to tease her. Then it must be fate. He looks like he's waiting for someone. I wonder whose brother he is. Go and ask him. Then he was shoved in front of Xia Jinyuan, which was what Yi Qian saw. The little girl was fooling around in front of him. Not only was her eyes wanton, but they were also flickering. Major Xia's expression remained unchanged as he took a step to the side, patiently waiting for his little fox to come over. If Yi Ying hadn't wanted to come over herself, she wouldn't have pushed it over so easily. But when the somewhat familiar man in front of him acted as if he didn't see him, he was embarrassed and angry at the same time. Chapter 406. You! Ying didn't want to be ignored, so she took the initiative to speak up. Soon, something even more embarrassing happened. The man who was standing by her side just walked away. Xia Jinyuan didn't look at the girl standing in front of him, not even glancing at her from the corner of his eye. All his attention was focused on the school, so he didn't recognize Ying, who had shoulder-length hair and a small bow on her temples. He never liked girls who took the initiative. When he heard their self-righteous whispers, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Out of gentlemanly behavior, he just walked a little further away to wait. 20 minutes ago, he asked the school guards to look for her in class. Now that the guards had all returned, she was the only one who hadn't appeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. She probably saw him standing at the school gate where students were coming and going and didn't want to come over. Couldn't be helped. The girl was thin-skinned and didn't want to be close to him. She didn't come out not because she didn't come out, but because she wanted to wait until there were fewer people. Therefore, Major Xia did know Yi Qian well. Ying, you, help me find out. The girl, who had always been close to Ying, was someone Ying wanted to befriend, and whose parents worked in the government. Urged Ying to step forward. Ask him who he's looking for, so we can find out more about him in the future. When a 16 or 17-year-old girl became bold, it was really hard for people to take it. Ying didn't want to embarrass herself, but she didn't want to reject the girl's request either. She smiled gently and said, "We can ask the school guards and see if they know who he's looking for. Isn't that better? It won't seem like we're taking the initiative, and they'll know what we want." "Oh, Ying, why are you so smart? Let's go ask." The girl seemed to be overjoyed when she heard this. She grabbed Ying's wrist and walked towards the gate guards. Ying, who was about to go over, suddenly realized that if she really went with the girl to ask the school guards, wouldn't she be laughed at by the school guards who saw students every day? She hurriedly grabbed the girl and said to the other two girls, Dan, Lemay, you two quickly stop this crazy person. If we really go to the school guard and ask, the four of us will definitely be found out by the teacher. Instead of studying properly, you actually have the audacity to ask about a strange man. Ying did not say that she was embarrassing herself and rejected them with the excuse that she was doing it for the good of everyone. It had to be said that Ying had her own way of getting along with these classmates who were from well-off families. Just like Yi Zhifan, he was talented in such matters. Hearing her words, the two girls who were watching the show hurriedly reached out their hands. The girl who looked like she really wanted to ask the security guards said in unison, "It's done, Yao Jing. Ying is most afraid of teachers, and you're still causing trouble for her. She helped us solve our summer homework this afternoon. You can't go back on your word and let her be criticized by the teacher." What a coward. Chengqing, don't ask anymore. I saw that man. He didn't react at all when he saw Ying standing in front of him. He's probably a difficult person to get along with. Yao Jing's parents both worked in the government, and she had been pampered since she was young. After glancing at Ying, she raised her eyebrows and laughed. "Look at how scared you guys are. Do you think I'll really ask? Silly. It's the first day of school and I'm already walking into the muzzle of a gun." Hearing this, Ying's heart skipped a beat. None of these students who came from rich and powerful families were stupid. Although their grades were bad, they were all smart people. Chapter 407. If she hadn't stopped Yao Jing in time, she wouldn't have been able to get into their circle starting tomorrow. Yi Qian saw everything clearly and was amused by Xia Jinyuan's behavior. She pursed her lips and giggled. After watching him walk towards the green belt on the right, Yi Qian came out of her hiding place and walked towards the school gate. After walking less than a meter, she heard the new class monitor's voice behind her. "Mom, I finally found you, Vice Class Monitor Yi Qian. Did you forget to go to the teacher's meeting room after school? Hurry up, Teacher Tong will be waiting for you later." If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. When the school guard told her that her brother was waiting for her at the school gate, her mind went blank. She was afraid that Major Xia would say something else, so she threw the textbook in her hand and rushed towards the school gate without even taking her bag. She didn't even remember about the meeting. Teacher Tong isn't here yet, right? I'm sorry, class monitor. I have something urgent to attend to. I didn't mean to forget, Yi Qian explained. She felt bad for troubling someone to look for her. Class monitor Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her nervous and apologetic look. Boys had loud voices and were going through puberty, so his laughter sounded weird. Why are you so nervous? I just thought that since today is the first day of the meeting with the teacher, we should leave a good impression on Teacher Tong. Besides, I'm the class monitor. How can I be left behind when I take the lead? It's okay. Teacher Tong isn't here yet. She's in the principal's meeting room. Yi Qian felt a little relieved after hearing his words. Just as Lu Xian said, she was indeed a little nervous. When dealing with male soldiers, she could be rough with them. However, when dealing with students, Yi Qian inevitably had to be stricter with herself. She had never been to high school, so she was unfamiliar with this environment. Although she acted calm in front of the whole class, she was just trying her luck. However, Xia Jinyuan was still waiting for her outside. Since Teacher Tong hadn't come yet, she had to run out and inform him first. It wasn't that she didn't want to come, but something had happened in class. Yi Qian then said to LVXN, "Class rep, my brother." After he finished speaking unnaturally, he swallowed his saliva and said vaguely, "He's waiting for me outside. Give me 3 minutes. I'll tell him to go back first." "Sure, I'll wait for you. Go quickly." Lu Xian agreed readily, and really stood there waiting for Yi Qian to come over. Yi Qian was running all the way to the campus. He was running towards the green belt that she had seen him running towards. Where was he? He ran over but didn't see anyone. Yi Qian didn't have much time to look around, but he didn't see anyone he was familiar with. Did he leave? Why did she come out after she left? "Looking for me?" A cheerful voice came from behind her. Xia Jinyuan walked over leisurely with a bottle of mineral water in his hand and teased, 25 minutes. Did you just come over for dinner?" In fact, he had already seen her running out in a hurry, but he didn't say anything because he wanted to see her look when she was looking for him. Yi Qian heard the voice behind her, so she turned around and said, "Captain Xia, I have a class meeting. The class monitor is here. I'm sorry, I have to go back now. I was afraid that you would be waiting outside, so I ran out to look for you." As she spoke, she couldn't help but look around, as if she was afraid that her classmates would notice her. However, this caused Xia Jinyuan to laugh in a low voice. Chapter 408. Xia Jinyuan laughed involuntarily as he looked at the slender figure who was even more hurried than him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he pondered whether he should come over at night or wait for her to finish her class. If he waited for her to finish her class, it was only 5:30 p.m., and it would take a few hours to reach 9 p.m. Why did he feel like a wife-gazing rock? The slender figure quickly met up with a boy. Then, the two of them hurriedly walked side by side into the school grounds. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching the whole time, narrowed his eyes dangerously. They were getting a little too close. Should he mention it at night? The boy was immature, but the little fox he had his eyes on was immature as well. They were both still young and inexperienced. If they accidentally fell in love, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. He didn't even dare to taste the little girl he had raised for more than 2 years. If another boy not only tasted her freshness, but also plucked the forbidden fruit that was not yet ripe, he would vomit blood. Thinking back to his high school life, the young masters in the capital all matured early. There were a few who had some money at home, and as soon as the fertility function was put to use, they would immediately find a clean and pretty lady and play with her happily. The boys nowadays were much more daring than before. They weren't even fully grown yet, they already had the bad habit of getting physical. No, he had to remind the little fox to set her sights higher. She couldn't be blinded by a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. In the school grounds, Lu Xian saw a camphor leaf fall into Yi Qian's shoulder-length black hair. He raised his hand to remove it, but Yi Qian moved sideways faster than he could raise his hand. He dodged to the side and laughed. "There's a leaf in my hair?" "Camphor leaves. Our school has a lot of camphor leaves, and leaves often fall into the hair of girls." Lu Xian, who was able to become the class monitor despite not having the best grades, immediately thought of something and explained. Us boys often help girls remove leaves from their hair because of this. You don't mind. Yiqian smiled and said naturally, I thought it was a bug and got a fright. This was how she interacted with her students. She couldn't directly say that she didn't like anyone to be close to her or have any intimate contact with her. There are insects too, but it's spring now. In the future, Lvxian didn't take it to heart. Everyone was getting to know each other, and he was indeed a little rash just now. Moreover, a beautiful girl like Yiqian with good grades would more or less have her own principles. Xia Jinyuan saw the scene, and his sexy thin lips curled up into a smile. His little fox was quite principled. At the very least, she was still not used to having even the slightest bit of intimate contact with other boys under normal circumstances. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the school gate, where his little fox was nowhere to be seen. He was about to wait outside the school when he received a call from Xia Yiwei. He continued to stand under the shade of the tree and answered the call with a smile. Do you have any orders for me again? In the principal's meeting room, Principal Chao gestured for the teachers to circulate the photocopied documents in his hand. There were many teachers' meetings during the start of the school year, and this time the teachers attending the meeting were the form teachers of the second and third years. Social practice activities will be fully implemented this year. Our province's number 1 middle school has taken the lead. 7 of the first year's classes have already gathered together for military training. This document is the facts I just received. The Provincial Education Bureau has decided that there will be a social practice activity for the second and third years of high school this year, and it will be included as a compulsory course. The results will be recorded in the student records as one of the conditions for students to graduate. Chapter 409. Principal Chao sat at the head of the meeting and said seriously, this is a practical activity to improve the students' ideological and political awareness, stimulate their patriotism, and strengthen their national defense and national security awareness. Therefore, our school must follow the arrangements closely and complete all the social practice activities for the second and third year classes in the second half of this year. In the meantime, the school will set up a student military training leadership group. Under the leadership group, the military training team will be responsible for the implementation of the students' military training and actively cooperate with the military training team to complete the arrangements and meetings for the second and third year classes. All the form teachers took the documents and read them. When they saw the military training schedule, they were all relieved. Fortunately, it did not take up the class time. The holidays were fine, they would definitely support it. Also, it was fine to let the delicate students get rid of their squeamishness. Principal Chao, who ended the meeting in less than 10 minutes, did not return to his office. Instead, he rushed to the school gate. After the meeting, Ms. Tong summarized Principal Chao's words and told the class committee. Yiqian thought that she could not go back to the village to accompany Grandpa Zhen on October 1st. She did not think that she could not have fun during the holidays. She only wanted to go back to the village during the holidays. My dad said he would take me to Mount Huangshan during the 7-day break. Now it's over. After Ms. Tong left, the lifestyle committee member, Wang Rue, complained, why are we so unlucky to have a 7-day break to participate in the military training this year? Don't complain. Didn't you hear what Teacher Tong said? This will be recorded in the students' records as one of the conditions for graduation. Lvxian did not have any objections. He said happily, I think it's pretty good. My dad said that if I don't get into university, I will join the army after high school. That's a good idea. However, I heard that being a soldier is very tough. Another boy laughed and said, so what? I think it's pretty good to be a soldier. Lvxian, why don't we make an appointment? If we don't get into university, we will both join the army. Wang Rue complained about not having a holiday. Lvxian casually changed the topic. When everyone heard that there was military training during the 7-day break, their depressed mood rose again. This was also the role of the class monitor. Other than the lifestyle committee, literature committee, and vice class monitor who were all girls, the rest of the class committee were all boys. When it came to joining the army after graduation, the boys were quite interested. Yi Qian saw that they were in a heated discussion. When he packed up his textbooks, he said with a smile, "If one's a soldier, the whole family will be glorious. It's worth it to join the army for the glory of your family." This was an indispensable slogan for the annual conscription. When a girl from Yi Qian said it, the boys all burst into laughter. The arts committee member, Yi Ying, snorted in disdain. Graduating from high school and becoming a soldier? Wasn't he just a poor soldier? How unambitious. You guys continue your discussion. I still have a student union meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Ying, who looked down on them but didn't show it on her face, waved at them and left with an elegant smile. Her temperament was not bad, and her footsteps were very light when she left. Wang Rui sighed and said, "Yi Ying is the one in our class who looks like a girl the most. She has quite the temperament." On this point, Yi Qian agreed. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to take a pen." Yi Ying, who had clearly walked out of the classroom, returned. She must have heard Wang Rui's sigh. The smile on her pretty face became more genuine. "If there's anything, you can come and find me at any time." Chapter 410. Temperament was a combination of inner and outer appearance. Yi Ying, who did not say what she thought. Yi Jian smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had deliberately turned back and said that she had forgotten to take something. Yi Jian had clearly seen through Yi Ying's thoughts. She was afraid that he would say something bad about her, so she turned back. Wang Rui sighed. No wonder she was so proud. Yi Ying thought too highly of herself. She had always been wary of Yi Zhifan, who had personally sent her daughter to become the wife of a high school official. This person was the one she was most wary of. She looked at the time. The small meeting had taken half an hour. Xia Jinyuan shouldn't be waiting outside. Yi Qian wasn't sure if he was waiting. After thinking for a few seconds, she finally ran to the school gate. After the last rays of the sun disappeared, the sky was gray. Standing at the school gate, Yi Qian grabbed the railing with both hands and looked around. After confirming that there was no familiar figure, she returned to the dormitory. She left easily. Before leaving, Mr. Xia started the car and looked at the school through the rearview mirror. When he saw the gate slowly closing, he stepped on the gas and left. He returned to the hotel and parked his car. Just as he was about to enter the hotel lobby, he heard the sound of a car horn. After 2 beeps, Xia Jinyuan realized that it was him. He turned to look. "I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. So it really is Major Xia." Principal Chow got out of a black car that was about to drive out of the hotel. The car door opened but didn't close immediately. In the remaining light of the sky and the hotel streetlights, Xia Jinyuan saw a clean figure sitting on the other side of the car seat, elegant but with habitual indifference. He had a good memory, especially as a special forces soldier. As long as he took a second look at someone or something, he would remember it. Although the person in the car didn't get out, Xia Jinyuan already knew who he was. Qin Xiu, the most talented son of the diplomatic Qin family. Xia Jinyuan met Qin Xiu during a diplomatic meeting between the two countries. He was in charge of the security of the country's leaders. Qin Xiu was the leader's interpreter. Including yesterday, they had met twice. "Headmaster Chow, hello?" Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, nodded slightly and asked with a smile. "Sorry for troubling you last night, Principal Chow. I didn't expect you to be so busy with Yi Qian until midnight. It wasn't convenient for us to go back to school, so we had to stay in a hotel for the night." Qin Xiu, who was in the car, slightly moved. "Yi Qian." Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes. It turned out that she had helped the criminal police unit to find the needle in the sea of people last night. It seemed that not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also quite capable. Qin Xiu's slender, artistic hands gently flicked on his knees. His mind flashed back to yesterday morning when he saw the girl's face through a piece of glass. She seemed to be full of sunshine, stunning him. And this student is quite patient. Thinking about how she accompanied him for more than 40 minutes at noon yesterday, Qin Xiu's thin lips curled up slightly. She was quite an interesting girl. Qin Xiu didn't know Xia Jinyuan. In his impression, he had never met Xia Jinyuan before. He, who didn't get to know people easily, sat in the car leisurely, enjoying the air conditioner and waiting for the greetings to end. I won't be joining you tonight. I still have something to do here. Next time, I'll have dinner with you as a token of my gratitude. Xia Jinyuan didn't have any intention of befriending Qin Xiu. He said a few words politely and watched Headmaster Chao get into the car. Tonight, he would look for his little fox. Other than the mission, he wouldn't talk about anything else. Chapter 4:11. After returning to the car, Principal Chao, who had come to pick up his nephew for dinner, sighed. Your generation in the capital is really full of talented people. If I'm not wrong, that Major Xia just now is the youngest major in family Xia. It's a pity that you two don't know each other. Otherwise, you could have chatted with him tonight. He continued, You two are staying in the same hotel, but you didn't bump into each other during the day? The youngest major in family Xia? Oh, so he's Xia Jinyuan. I stayed in my room all day. It's a pity that we didn't bump into each other. Qin Xiu, who was originally indifferent, tilted his head with a hint of interest. Although he said it was a pity, his handsome face did not show any signs of regret. He said calmly, My mother really wants to get to know him. Every time I return to the capital, she wants me to go out and set him up. Unfortunately, I'm in the civil service and he's in the military. We even have different social circles. So how can we get to know each other? Your mother has ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, even your father didn't participate in this kind of thing. You should stay away. Principal Chao laughed and exposed his sister's intentions. We're flying to Germany the day after tomorrow. Uncle is free tonight, so I'll take you to a place farther away to try the real specialties of Southern Province. Qin Xiu smiled. I'm not very particular about food. You can arrange it. Not long after the car left, Xia Yiwei entered the hotel. Xia Yiwei walked in her high heels, and the hotel staff was about to ask her about it, when Xia Yiwei gently raised her hand. She did not say a single word and expressed her intentions clearly, causing the staff to keep quiet. It was the peak hour of the hotel, but even so, Xia Yiwei still saw her cousin, who was often talked about by the noble ladies in the capital. He was only 23 years old, but his temperament was as reserved as her uncle, Commander-in-Chief Xia. His calm and reserved expression was as cold as a sword. He looked gentle and elegant, but in fact, he was also a master who would turn hostile at any moment. As deep as the sea, as tall as the mountain, even his aura was so unfathomable. Who knew what he came to the provincial capital for? Thinking of old madam's instructions, Xia Yiwei perked up and walked towards Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting on the leather sofa in the lobby. His long legs were crossed, and he was reading the current affairs newspaper with a slight frown. You're the first in our family to be so down to earth. Why don't you stay in a better 5-star hotel with SAP for the holidays? Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a black slim-fit knee-length skirt, sat on the sofa opposite him and said half-jokingly, However, this place is very close to the provincial number 1 middle school. The few days of leave she had were all spent in the southern province. She didn't even think about going back to the capital. Even the old master and the old madam had some opinions about it. Xia Jinyuan put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at his cousin, who was always capable and experienced. He raised his slender eyebrows and said half-jokingly, I'm learning from you. Stay away from the capital to avoid being implicated. When you bring brother-in-law back to the capital, the old master and the old madam won't think about me anymore. So, you're here to keep an eye on me so that I can find a man? Xia Yiwei opened a small metal box and took out a thin female cigarette. Her voice was slightly cold as she said, Mind your own business. Don't interfere with my business. When she put down the newspaper, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his long arm and took away the unlit cigarette in her hand. He then broke it in two and threw it into the ashtray. I can't have any strange smell on me. Please forgive me. I know you can't have any strange smell on you. I just took it out to smell. Xia Yiwei glanced at him lightly and said, The old madam gave me her phone number. You should at least go back to the capital and take a look. Chapter 4:12. After Xia Yiwei finished speaking, the elegant Xia Jinyuan calmly continued, Madame Dowager told me to meet you more often during my stay in the provincial capital and to bring up the topic of marriage and children. She also said that she has yet to marry a granddaughter and is full of regrets. She is counting on you to fulfill her wish. The woman's face gradually turned cold, but he continued speaking unhurriedly. Madame Dowager is the fourth leader of the Ministry of Culture since the founding of the country. Comrade Xia Yiwei, have you forgotten? The Ministry of Culture is a place to promote communication. Madame Dowager is the best at confiding in people. She is an expert in cleansing people's minds, bodies, and souls. I haven't even mentioned Madame Dowager. But you've already brought her up? She meant that both of them had been warned by Madame Dowager. But she also hinted that she was only in contact with one of them. Madame Dowager didn't mention anything about her contacting you in front of me. Xia Yiwei rubbed her forehead. If Madame Dowager wasn't so passionate about art and culture, she could have become the fifth leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sure enough, even though she was old, as long as she was intelligent, the younger generation in the family was still no match for her. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Xia Yiwei, who had been tricked by Madame Dowager and had taken the initiative to listen to him, urging her to get married. He calmly repeated what Madame Dowager had said. She's 34 years old. If she doesn't get married soon, her family Xia will have the first unmarried granddaughter. Madame Dowager said that she was too ashamed to retire in the capital and planned to return to her hometown. After listening for 5 minutes, Xia Yiwei felt like her head was about to explode. It was more tiring than working for a week. She was mentally exhausted. She waved her hand. She was so tired that she dragged her legs and stood up. I've never seen you. You've never seen me. What else? Xia Jinyuan also stood up and looked at his cousin who was trying to escape. The smile on his thin lips was somewhat unfathomable. Sister, you must have forgotten to say something. I won't mention that high school student either. Xia Yiwei raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand. Both of them had secrets that they didn't want their families to find out, so cooperation was the most pleasant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven back to the hotel and would have waited for his little fox at the school gate. I have something to do at 9 o'clock. Miss Xia, don't call me unless it's an emergency. Xia Jinyuan put the newspaper away and said to the successful woman who had reached a consensus. Now I need to leave. I won't wait for Miss Xia. Goodbye. Burning the bridge after crossing the river was actually referring to him. After taking 2 steps, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled gently at the expressionless Xia Yiwei. A good man is also afraid of a strong woman. Sister, it's okay to lower yourself occasionally. There's no need to be too reserved. Just like me. Tidying up his clothes, the smile on his handsome face had a deep meaning. Sometimes I have to make the little fox I'm raising feel guilty, and occasionally show my maturity so that she can only think that I'm qualified to be her partner. Chasing a little fox was a protracted battle. He had done all the preparations. In the classroom, Yi Qian glanced at his watch countless times as he flipped through the revision materials. Captain Xia said she would look for her tonight. She wouldn't really come, right? Chapter 413. He didn't go back to school last night. Could it be that he won't go back to the dormitory again tonight? No, I can't agree to let him go out. The dormitory teacher will check the dormitory tonight. But since he said he would come, based on my understanding of him, Captain Xia, who was a man of his word, will definitely come. Could it be that he came to school to look for me? That's not likely. The boarding system and management of the dormitory in the province were quite strict. How could the school guard let a strange man in at night? Climb over the wall? When she suddenly thought of this possibility, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, it was also thanks to such a convulsive thought that his drifting thoughts were slightly restrained. That elegant soldier from the special forces. A major had climbed over the wall to look for him? The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh. She didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was by the Swan Lake at this time. Not only him, but also Headmaster Qin. She might come back a little late tonight. It's a rare opportunity, so I'll take her to have a look. If Xia Jinyuan wanted to come over, of course he would do it openly. But then again, if it was just to look for Yi Qian, the major did think about climbing over the wall. But even Yu Lao was on his side, giving him the opportunity to take little Fox away. How could Principal Chun refuse something that would benefit Yi Qian's training? He smiled and said, I can leave you a back door, but Captain Xia, the girl still has to come for her morning self-study tomorrow morning. She can't get special treatment. Uncle Chin, don't worry. I'll bring her back before 1:30. Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly. Faced with the scrutiny of a world-class sniper, he said calmly, this training is for her replacement and will last for half a year. If it's possible, Uncle Chin, can you see if you can arrange some time for her to practice at night? Headmaster Chun looked at the young major in front of him, who was fighting for opportunities for the little girl, and joked, Captain Xia, you're investing, right? Investments are risky. Be careful that you don't lose everything. In the no man's land, he remembered the young major's words. He said that he wanted the little girl to not easily fall in love during the few years she was studying. He wanted her to reach a standard that only he could meet when it came to choosing a boyfriend. However, love had always been unpredictable. Sometimes the person you liked was not as good as the person beside you, but you just had to fall in love with him. After a moment of silence, Xia Jinyuan sneered, Uncle Chun, I don't think this is an investment. This is a pursuit. I'm pursuing a good girl in my own way. It's just that she's still young and doesn't like to accept help from others. As for me, I'll point out a clear path appropriately. The rest is up to her to explore and move forward. Don't you think that I've been holding her hand and walking forward? When she needed help, I would not leave her. When she fell, I would be there for her. When she soared into the sky, I would still be by her side. Uncle Chin, do you think this kind of pursuit is not good? Not good? It was so good that he was speechless. He was so affectionate. He was afraid that if the girl knew, would she run away? The girl was used to being independent. Suddenly, there was a man who could walk side by side with her, and he was also his comrade. Principal Chun seemed to see how hard the major's pursuit was. Chapter 4:14. He could foresee how hard it would be, and this young major would know as well. Uncle Chin patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said encouragingly, Perseverance is one of the qualities a soldier should have. Major, you've done well. I won't just do well. I will do so well that she will see me as a comrade who will walk hand in hand with her for the rest of her life, a comrade with double identities. Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked in the direction of the school building. The classroom was brightly lit. Yi Qian didn't know that someone was waiting for her outside until a boy behind her asked her a math question. She suddenly realized. She had laughed for half of the evening self-study because of a baseless guess like, will Captain Xia climb over the wall to find me? Classes were classes. Even during self-study, she couldn't think about things unrelated to her studies. Not even Captain Xia. Soon, Yi Jian, who had sobered up, adjusted her state of mind. During the second half of the evening self-study session, she had completely calmed down. She no longer let her imagination run wild, and she no longer thought about Major Xia, who had inadvertently disturbed her state of mind. The bell rang and the originally quiet campus became a boiling cauldron of voices. Yi Qian carried her revision materials and walked towards the dormitory with Injusin and the 4 girls in her dormitory. They chatted and laughed. When they were close to Swan Lake, Yi Qian saw a familiar figure pass by under the dim street lights. She choked on her words and coughed. Even though he only passed by under the streetlights, Yi Qian knew very well that the person she saw was Major Xia, the person who made her unable to study properly during the first half of the evening self-study period. Xia Jinyuan. He really entered the campus. He didn't really climb over the wall, did he? Yi Qian coughed even harder at the thought of this possibility. You were fine. Why are you coughing? Did you catch a cold? And Justin asked nervously. My mom prepared some cold medicine for me. I'll take some when I get back to the dormitory. Last night. You didn't come back last night. Did you catch a cold last night? Yi Qian, who had finally managed to stop coughing, felt his heart pounding because of her words. Last night, she had slept with Captain Xia. in a hotel and had almost hit him. He hurriedly said, I'm fine, I'm fine. I didn't pay attention when I was speaking just now, so I choked. Oh right, I forgot to take the revision materials that I wanted to read tonight. You guys go back to the dorm first, I'll come back later. All right, go quickly. I'll get the hot water for you. You can take a shower when you come back. And Justin could tell that there was nothing wrong with her voice. She had always been carefree, so she didn't think much of it. She just frowned and reminded her, then come back early. Don't forget the time when you're studying. After saying that, he pulled the girls in the dormitory and left while talking about some interesting things. There weren't many students strolling around Swan Lake at night. Only those students who were secretly in love would take the risk of being spotted by the patrolling teacher's flashlights. They would hide in a corner and talk about love while feeding mosquitoes. Yi Qian obviously didn't think much of it, but when he saw a flashlight suddenly shining from the darkness, he was so scared that his heart jumped and his scalp instantly tensed up. What are you afraid of? Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the dark, asked in a low voice. He was quite far away, so his voice sounded weak. His voice, which was much lower than it was during the day, was like the charm of the night. It was so low that it was full of magnetism that made people blush. It was like a lover whispering in his ear, waiting for him to say even sweeter words of love. Chapter 4:15. He didn't walk out immediately. Instead, he admired her cautiousness and observed her sly, fox-like side. He let the dark night become his natural cover, allowing his eyes to admire everything about her without any scruples. Captain Xia, why did you really come? As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could find him accurately even though he was hiding in the dark. An excellent sniper was able to accurately pinpoint his target while observing his surroundings. Yi Qian was an excellent sniper who had entered the military academy as a special forces soldier. It was a piece of cake for him to find Xia Jinyuan, who was only 2 meters away from him. Xia Jinyuan, who was in a good mood, curved his sexy thin lips. As she got closer, his eyes flashed with a dark light. It was a dangerous light that made people wary, but it was also a light that attracted women. Didn't I say that I would look for you tonight? I will never go back on my words. The corners of his lips curled up as he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who looked a little unnatural. Xia Jinyuan felt like a cheetah waiting to pounce, patiently sharpening his claws as he waited for the beautiful little fox to come over. When Yi Qian heard this, she looked up to ask him how he got into the school compound. Suddenly, a flashlight swept past her head, illuminating Xia Jinyuan's handsome face for about 3 seconds. She saw the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. She saw a man with elegant features staring at her with a dangerous gaze, as if he was staring at his prey. Yi Qian's heart suddenly tightened and she instinctively took a step back. Even in the dark, this man exuded elegance from head to toe. She saw danger emanating from him. Alarmed, Yi Qian only wanted to escape at this moment. When she took a step back, Xia Jinyuan instantly understood that something had happened when the flashlight flashed. He was very clear about the expression on his face and the light in his eyes. It was the expression of a hunter who wanted the little fox to have nowhere to run. His eyes were filled with the light of a hunter who was determined to catch the little fox. Xia Jinyuan muttered in his heart, "Bad news." He instantly adjusted his expression and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Let's go out tonight. I'll take you to a better place. From now on, you can go out for an hour and a half every night, and then my friend will send you back." Yi Qian, who was already on guard, didn't think too much about it and refused without hesitation. "No, I'm going back to the dormitory to study tonight. I didn't come back last night. My roommates didn't say anything, but they clearly didn't want me to stay out late." The look in his eyes just now was too frightening. It was as if she was his prey, and he was the beast waiting for an opportunity to prey. She really didn't like this feeling. "How about this? I'll go ask Uncle Chin. If he agrees, do you agree as well?" It wasn't easy to close the distance between the two of them. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to ruin his plan because of a flashlight. Fortunately, he had already chatted with Uncle Chen for half an hour before she came. If she asked Uncle Chen's opinion now, she would definitely have to leave with him. Principal Chen's dormitory had a phone installed, so he could contact him anytime. But why did it sound like he was so sure that Uncle Chen would agree? Could it be that he was brought in by Uncle Chen? Yi Qian thought to herself. Since he dared to call Uncle Chen, the place he was taking her to must have something to do with training. As long as it was something related to training, Uncle Chen would agree. Chapter 4:16. Headmaster Chen, who had been waiting for the call, picked it up and said, "Girl, Captain Xia is here to bring you there. Since our target is a special forces soldier, you have to know how to fly in the sky and run underground. The way back is to run underground. Go, you won't be at a disadvantage." He even told Yi Qian to come back later. "Girl, this is a good opportunity. Go with Captain Xia. It doesn't matter if you come back later. Just give me a call before you come back, and I'll pick you up from the back door." Wasn't the training for motor vehicle soldiers in the army a good opportunity? The training for motor vehicle soldiers is different from ordinary motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers isn't just motor vehicle soldiers. After they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan briefly mentioned the training to Yi Qian. "The regiment commander of Fujian town is also there. He'll be very happy to see you." Their identity wasn't just motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers was sent to serve leaders who often had to go abroad or to certain places for secret missions. They were both motor vehicle soldiers and bodyguards. The types of soldiers in the army weren't only known to the general public. What kind of responsibilities these soldiers might have in the dark were not known to the public. Xia Jinyuan didn't go into detail. Based on Yi Qian's understanding of the army, he could more or less guess. It was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Of course, she was happy. The corners of her eyes were raised with a faint smile the entire time. Finally, she wasn't thinking about what happened in the past. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching from the corner of his eye, heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be more careful next time. He mustn't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the dark. Little Fox was a fox. He couldn't let her see any clues. It was 9:25 when they left the campus. After they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan increased the speed of the car to a speed that wouldn't allow the traffic police to issue a ticket. After they got on the ring road, they sped out of control for about 30 kilometers out of the city. At 10:20, they arrived at what looked like an abandoned factory from the outside. The southern province was in the midst of development and construction, and there would always be some investment projects that failed. This industrial park was intentionally failed and was enclosed by the government. Until now, it was still in ruins. There was no one within a radius of 40 to 50 miles. Even if there was a commotion inside, no one would be able to hear it from outside. As soon as the car came to a stop, Yi Qian turned off the engine and unlocked the car. His gaze was cold and sharp as he looked out of the car window. "Get off." Xia Jinyuan opened the car door first and gestured for Yi Qian to get out of the car. "The sentries are standing guard outside. This is a military-restricted area. To outsiders, this is an industrial park that failed to invest in. And inside, what you see is another world." A sentry who was hidden in the darkness walked over with a gun in his hand. There was no light, and he relied on night vision goggles to carry out his duty. Xia Jinyuan took out his military officer certificate and the pass he got from Uncle Chen. It was Yi Jian's pass to enter and leave the provincial military area. He passed it to the sentry and said, "Contact Regiment Lu and tell him that Xia Jinyuan is here with Yi Jian. Please pass." It wasn't just one sentry. There were at least 5 sentry nearby, and they were all hidden sentries. The atmosphere was rather cold, and there was a sense of oppression that would make people afraid. However, Yi Qian felt very comfortable. She knew that this sense of oppression came from the hidden sentries. They were watching her and were always prepared for battle. After the sentry saluted, he immediately contacted the inside. Soon, he handed the ID in his hand to Xia Jinyuan and saluted again. "Major, please give me the car keys. Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 4:17. Outside vehicles were not allowed to enter, even if it was a car driven by Xia Jinyuan himself. It had to be driven to another location by the sentinel. The car keys were given to the sentinel. Yi Qian watched as the sentinel started the car and drove off into the darkness without even turning on the headlights. It was as if the car had its own headlights. There wasn't even a jolt as the car disappeared before his eyes. These sentinels also need to be sent to the higher-ups. They are all elite soldiers selected from the army. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was stunned by the sentinel's display of skills, and smiled faintly. You will be training until the end of the year. If you're not afraid of tiring yourself out, you can come over every night. I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, shining brightly. No, I'm not afraid of tiring myself out. The evening self-study session ends at 9 p.m. I will be at the back door at 9:05 p.m. sharp. This was the downside of living in a dormitory. There was no free time at night, so you had to attend evening self-study sessions. Are you that interested? Let's go, little fox. The training is from 10:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. I need to send you back to school before 1:10 p.m. In the dark, Xia Jinyuan naturally held Yi Jian's hand and led her through the dark industrial park that was surrounded by steel bars and scrap iron. Step by step, they walked towards another world that Yi Jian was not familiar with. He had said that he would hold her hand and lead her to a path where they could walk side by side. Then, he would let go of her hand when the time was right, so that she could have her own space to explore and explore her own world. As long as he existed in her heaven and earth. Yi Qian's mind was already captivated by the mysterious training that was unknown to the outside world. She didn't even notice that her hand was being held by a pair of steady and strong hands. With him leading her, even if the path ahead was dark, there was no fear. There was only trust. They passed through 2 abandoned factories that were only 5 stories tall. Just as they were about to approach the 3rd building, Yi Qian suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. It was as if something was shaking underground. It was quiet outside, and there was no light inside. Apart from the tremors underground, could it be that there was another world underground? That's right. It's just as you thought. She paused slightly, and Xia Jinyuan could guess what she was thinking. All the training will be done underground. Firstly, it won't disturb the public. Secondly, it will avoid being noticed. Most importantly, it will prevent the news from leaking out. Otherwise, why would the country spend so much on the military? In such a great country, if you want the country to prosper and the people to be at peace, you must first have a strong army. Only with a strong army would there be a strong country, and the citizens living in a strong country would be able to stay away from the flames of war and live in peace. Major! A masculine voice came from the corner. Then, a light flashed. Yi Qian saw a soldier in a training uniform standing in front of an abandoned staircase, waiting. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm and said softly, "This is the entrance. Remember, if you have time during the day, you can come here and take a look. The hidden sentries won't appear during the day, so you can come here any time." Then he smiled and said, "Even homeless people won't come here during the day. There's no village ahead, no shop behind, and no food or drink. No one will come here during the day." It was even more impossible for a young woman to come here alone. If something happened to her, no one would know for a year. Chapter 418. That was what the commoners thought, but no one knew that this seemingly dangerous place was actually the safest place. It was a hidden military base. Although the hidden sentries would not easily reveal themselves, they would still appear in civilian clothes and send them away when they discovered any undesirable personnel. Xia Jinyuan did not say exactly how they were sent away, and Yi Qian did not ask. In short, they were not sent away in a polite manner. The soldier who came out to greet them was Lu Tuan's civil servant. He also knew Yi Qian. After saluting Xia Jinyuan, he said to Yi Qian, "Lu Tuan wanted to mention it to you several times, but it was not approved, so Lu Tuan could not say much. He did not say why Yi Qian was here tonight, but it was obvious that he had received orders." He smiled and told Yi Qian a few things that happened in the regiment. "After you left, those troublesome soldiers wanted to know the address of your school, but the political commissar scolded them and told them not to harm young girls." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt that something was not quite right. He smiled faintly and said, "Troublesome soldiers? Why are you in charge of dealing with troublesome soldiers?" He asked the civil servant coldly, "Who are these troublesome soldiers? They don't have much of a background. They didn't finish college and their families have some money and connections. The adults couldn't control them and sent them to the army to be trained." The civil servant did not notice the coldness in the major general's voice. He continued to smile and said, "After being taught a few lessons by Yi Qian, they all got heatstroke and became obedient after a few days." Yi Qian heard the coldness in his voice and thought that it was because of the troublesome soldiers. He smiled and said, "They are a few self-righteous fellows who are a little educated and have some skills. The political commissar asked me to handle them, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to practice my skills. After teaching them a few lessons, they became obedient." The entrance was right in front of them. Xia Jinyuan, who had been holding her hand all this time, heard this and his thin lips slowly curved upwards. He was a little jealous here. What about her? Her thoughts were on a completely different channel from his. He was thinking about how to get her contact information from the thorn soldier. He was asking for a beating. She, on the other hand, was thinking about using the thorn soldier to practice her skills. She didn't think about anything else. In that case, it would seem that he was being too calculative. "Be careful with your feet. Don't step on empty air." When they went downstairs, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He naturally raised his arm a little so that she could walk down the stairs steadily. "Go inside, there's no railing outside." There was a staircase that led to the basement. The steel bars in the cement were exposed. Stepping on them would cause dust to rise. Yi Qian wiped the mottled wall with one hand. It was covered in dust. He couldn't help but whisper, "Is there only one entrance? Are all the soldiers going in and out of the same place? I don't think it's possible. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Wenji, who was walking in front, laughed. In their eyes, Yi Qian was a little girl. She was very capable, but also a little girl who was curious about everything. "You're in a hurry. You have to go back to school later. This road is only open to you." Yi Qian also laughed. "Then I have to thank Colonel Lu properly. Colonel Lu is waiting for you to thank him. Come this way." As when Ji spoke gently, he turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Since they were already on the first floor of the basement, there was no need to worry about the light source from outside. It was still pitch black in front of them. It was as if they had walked into the belly of a giant beast. The towering structure was not even filled with cement. The rusty steel bars swayed in the darkness, leaving behind a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Chapter 419. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at night. When she was chased by Yi Ying's men, she had even crawled through underground gas pipes and sewer pipes. She could still feel the tremors beneath her feet. When Wenji pushed open a rusty fire door, just as Xia Jinyuan had said, a whole new world appeared in front of her. The roar of the engine was so loud that it made her blood flow faster. It was so loud that her eyes were drawn to the huge and complicated training ground. She couldn't take her eyes off it. When Ji closed the soundproof door again and locked it with a click, she said to Yi Qian, "Lu Tuan is in front. He doesn't have time for now. You and Major Xia can go to the training ground in front. You can come and look for Lu Tuan when you're done." She saluted Xia Jinyuan again before leaving. Yi Qian said, "Thank you." She couldn't wait to look at the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired from inside the jeep. They weren't real bullets but blanks. Even so, they were still powerful. The soldiers in the jeep opened fire. No one was allowed to stand within range of the blanks. Used 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Failed. Bullet hit rate. Passed. Even though she was so fast, all she got was a failed. Xia Jinyuan saw that her eyes were fixed on the screen, and the word admiration was written all over her face. He leaned forward slightly, and his thin lips were almost touching her earlobe. He chuckled and said, "You need 2 minutes and 50 seconds to pass." Yi Qian blinked in amazement. He didn't realize that Xia Jinyuan was standing so close to him. He turned around and looked at Xia Jinyuan with eyes as bright as stars. His usually calm voice trembled slightly. Can I practice with them tonight? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and curved his sexy lips into a half-smile. Yiqian, your expectations are unusually high. Would he practice with them tonight? The Autobots here are all elite soldiers. There are elite scouts, elite fighters, and elite soldiers who have been selected by the army. My military experience is no less than 2 years, and my driving training is no less than half a year. Just like that, I train day after day. In the process of training, I get injured at best, and in the worst case, I die. Little fox, do you know what it means for you to take this step? Although he was speaking with a faint smile, his deep eyes were cold. His gaze was fixed on Yiqian, as though he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He wanted to imprint every word of his into her soul. Yiqian gradually calmed down from her excitement after hearing his words. Her racing heartbeat also began to calm down. Looking at his serious expression, Yiqian took a deep breath and replied, I know very well. Similarly, I know even more clearly what kind of hard work it takes to become a Special Forces soldier. You will have a brush with death, and you will see the magnificent beauty of life and death. And I need this kind of life. I like this kind of challenging training. Now that she was reborn, she only wanted to seize every opportunity and live to her heart's content. She wanted to enrich herself and feel the beauty of being reborn under the sun again. Chapter 420. She absolutely wouldn't allow Yi Zhifan and his family to just casually move their hands and make her live like a street rat once again. She had to change the situation with her own hands. The serious Yiqian, the fearless Yiqian, the hard-working Yiqian. The sly, smart, and grateful Yiqian. This was his little fox. A little fox who relied on her own hands to win hope. Xia Jinyuan smiled, his deep gaze fixed on the little fox who relied on her own hard work. Looking at those clear and stubborn eyes, he gently stroked them with his slender fingers. I really like your determination. It makes me very, very happy. If he wanted to get close to her, he had to know what she liked. His little fox liked challenges, liked the military. And he would personally present all of her likes to her. Of course, what he wanted was not just to make her smile, but... His gaze narrowed slightly. When he looked at Yiqian, it was as if there was a huge beast hibernating in the depths of his eyes. What he wanted was to win the girl's heart. As a 23-year-old, he fell in love with a 16-year-old high school student. At least before he met his little fox, he would never have thought that he would be so patient as to wait for a girl to grow up. There was a dim light in his eyes, faintly discernible, like a halo, which made Yiqian's heart skip a beat. I won't give up, Captain Xia. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give it up? I didn't ask you to give up. Come on, little fox, let's experience what extreme racing is like. Xia Jinyuan, who had retracted his hand, took the lead and walked to the left. Obviously, he was very familiar with this place. I trained here for 3 months and was injured 3 times. The most serious injury was here. Walking in front, he suddenly lifted up his shirt until his smooth waistline was completely exposed. Sexy, perfect, showing off a man's strength. However, Yiqian could not see his sexiness in his eyes. She only saw a hideous scar on his waist. It was quite wide, and there were fine stitches around it. Yiqian's pupils contracted slightly. She even held her breath as she looked at the hideous scar that seemed to belong to an Eastern dragon. If this injury is a little more serious, it will directly hurt the spine. Not to mention driving, even walking will be a problem. When he mentioned the dangers of the past, his tone was casual, as if it was nothing worth mentioning. Why did you build such a huge training ground only a few dozen kilometers away from the city instead of deep in the mountains? The reason is very simple. Once there is an accident, you can immediately send it to the hospital for treatment. By choosing it, Yiqian, you have chosen to dance with death. I gave you a chance to give up, but since you followed me, there is no turning back. There is no choice for you to regret. His shirt was pulled down as he walked. His unique low voice mixed with the sound of the high-speed engine, like the evening drum and morning bell, penetrated Yiqian's eardrums and went straight to the depths of her heart. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold, and even his eyebrows were stern. When Yi Qian first met him, even a slight movement of his eyebrows was enough to make people feel afraid. Sitting in a modified jeep, Yi Qian lowered her head and fastened her seatbelt. She met his gaze. "I never change my mind easily. This is the Yi Qian that Captain Xia knows." Chapter 421. Xia Jinyuan started the car, pulled down the handbrake, and stepped on the gas pedal. Amidst his laughter, the car was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage, heading straight into the darkness. "The training grounds you saw just now are not suitable for a newbie like you. Now I'll take you to see a suitable training ground for you." Xia Jinyuan smiled amidst the rumbling of the car. His eyes were fixed on the front as he rushed out of the training ground with Yi Qian. He even took out a pistol from the car and gave it to her. "Hold this. Shoot when you see a target." On the spectator stand, Lu Tuan was looking at the recorded results. He pointed at the results marked with a red pen and said in a deep voice, "So far, only 12 people have a 100% passing rate. Are these the results you're showing me? Have you calculated how many months there are left before 12 people pass? Do you think that there are still a few more years and a lot of time for you to train? All you talk about is training every day. Where are the results? Where are the results?" The political commissar was looking at another report form beside him. When he heard Lu Tuan's angry rebuke, he knew that he had vented all the anger he had suppressed for the entire night. He closed the file and gestured for the battalion commander who was criticized to leave. "You're always so impatient. There's still time. Look at the results from September to the end of December. Combined with the time, I think they'll definitely pass. You're so angry the moment you come. No wonder sister-in-law doesn't like to come to the base at this time of the day." The political commissar was the only one who dared to provoke the regiment commander when he was angry. He took the report form from Lu Tuan and stuffed it into the hands of the soldiers who were not even out of breath. He smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. Yi Qian, that little girl, really has the guts to come. I just saw Major Xia driving his old jeep to basement 1. They were at basement 3, and basement 1 was the base level. We'll go later. That girl is very smart and learns everything quickly. I'm afraid she'll have finished her apprenticeship by the end of December. Old Yen, go and take a look at the front. We'll strive for a 100% passing rate by the end of October." At the mention of Yi Qian, platoon leader Lu's angry face softened a little. He then mentioned the training. "There will be a few leaders from the provincial military region coming over at the end of the month. If we don't get the results, we will be too ashamed to face them." Yi Jian was sitting in the front passenger seat. As the car came to a stop, the entire training ground fell into a dead silence again. The white lights illuminated the potholes on the ground, allowing her to see the black tire marks left on the ground by the friction between the wheels during the intense driving. Her heart was beating with a thump-thump-thump sound, one beat after another, following the rhythm of her breathing. However, her complexion was extremely bright, as if the sky was filled with peach blossoms, gorgeous and boundless. Xia Jinyuan was driving and she was shooting. At over 300 kilometers per hour, she aimed at the targets that appeared out of nowhere and fired one shot after another. The beast-like jeep only stopped abruptly when the 15 blanks in the pistol were all used up. The sound of gunfire and the screeching of brakes mixed together to form a magnificent melody. It was exciting, nerve-wracking, and made the blood in her body boil. This was Yi Qian's first experience of training other than sniping. Xia Jinyuan looked at her and slowly curved his thin lips. "From tomorrow night onwards, you can continue training until December. It's only September now, little fox, you have enough time to climb to another peak." "Special forces? Little fox, since you want to become a special forces soldier, then you should start learning how to run underground from now on, then slowly learn how to fly in the sky." Chapter 422. Yi Qian didn't know about Xia Jinyuan's good intentions, but she knew that he admired her. She returned the gun in her hand, and the beautiful smile on her face faded as her heartbeat gradually calmed down. In an instant, the calm and indifferent Yi Qian appeared in front of her again. "I like it very much, Captain Xia. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Opportunities don't depend on others. You have to seize them yourself. Xia Jinyuan took the gun, which was still warm from her body heat. He put his hand on the steering wheel and put the gun back in its original position. The modified jeep had a special position where the gun was placed. Get out of the car. Let's see how high the hit rate is. The car door opened, and Xia Jinyuan got out of the car first. There was still a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Qian with a sharp gaze. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Let's see how much you've improved. If you don't improve, you'll fall behind. With Little Fox's ability, there was no such thing as falling behind. The car maintained a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Standing beside the black and white circle, Xia Jinyuan raised his head slightly. His exquisite and handsome side profile was cold under the white light, and Yi Qian couldn't help but take a second look. After he saw the results, his smile spread from his eyebrows to his dark eyes. You fired 2 shots here. Both blanks hit the same spot. Interesting. Yi Qian looked at the results, raised his eyebrows and asked, How is it? Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied. I'm even surprised. I didn't expect Little Fox to be so good. He lowered his head, and his smiling black eyes were like ripples in the water. They contained a magical power that would make anyone who looked at him throw away all the impatience in their hearts. Surrounded by his gaze, Yi Jian's heart trembled slightly. This man's eyes were too seductive. If she wasn't paying attention, she would be distracted by them. She looked away in panic and said softly with dissatisfaction, What do you mean by Little Fox? You sound so familiar. That one sentence was enough to calm Yi Jian down. After that, she immediately raised her head and looked at the man who was smiling. She said seriously, Captain Xia, I'm not a fox. You don't have to be like this. After all, he was inexperienced and had never interacted with the opposite sex. Even though he had calmed down, his words still sounded immature. He had the instinct to be ruthless, but his words were still immature. These were 2 extremes that shouldn't be combined, but they were both present in Yi Qian. They blended together without any contradiction, creating a dazzling and gorgeous sight. He was like a blooming orchid. The more one looked at him, the more beautiful he was. The more one looked at him, the more one couldn't bear to part with him. Xia Jinyuan was like that. The more he looked, the more he felt that his taste was extraordinary. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he smiled and said, Our focus is not on what you said, but he pointed at the targets that had not been checked yet. Our focus is on these. There are still 13 bullets. Let's go see if the results are as outstanding. He took a step forward with his long legs and walked toward the next target. Yi Jian had no choice but to follow behind him. She felt every bullet that she fired. She didn't need to check to be sure that every bullet was as good as the one she fired. She maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. She was far away from the mint smell on his body, and she was able to speak calmly. Yi Qian thought that he was calm and collected, but he didn't know that Xia Jinyuan had already seen through him. Chapter 423. If he wanted to get close to Yi Qian, no matter how smart he was, there was nothing he could do. Even though the 16-year-old Yi Qian was older than Major Xia in both lifetimes, he had grown up in a different environment, so he still needed to be sharpened. A sniper trained by a world-class sniper is indeed very skilled. Even in the army, he would be a sharpshooter. After looking at the last target, Xia Jinyuan smiled and sighed. Every shot is like this. Yi Qian, when you go to the army, where do you think the male soldiers will be able to hide their faces? He was telling the truth, not exaggerating at all. If it were him today, he might not be able to shoot as well. 300 miles per hour, the wind, the power, the bullet speed, the trajectory of the target. All of these required precise calculations to shoot. He was very surprised. He could not imagine how she could shoot so accurately. Yi Qian bent down to pick up a bullet and looked at him with a faint smile. Intuition. My intuition has always been good, and it's the same for shooting. With calculations and intuition, I rarely miss. Xia Jinyuan was silent for a moment before he slowly said, This is talent, and you didn't waste it. You allowed it to be used to its fullest potential. Little Fox, you were born to hold a gun. On this path, you will walk faster than anyone else. Talent? Yiqian lowered his head. His obsidian eyes were as cold as ice. How could it be talent? It was all the training she had received in her previous life that allowed her to have a foothold in this life. Can we go back now? Seems like a long time has passed. It was better to keep the knowledge of her rebirth to herself. It would be too shocking to say it out loud, so she did not even mention it to Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chun. Sensing the change in Yi Qian's expression, Xia Jinyuan immediately stopped talking. She was already resisting, so there was no need to continue. However, did I mention anything sensitive just now? No, he was sure that he did not. Then why did Little Fox's mood suddenly change? Xia Jinyuan, who was puzzled, did not ask further. He looked at the time and said, "We've been here for 25 minutes. The training is not over yet, so we can watch for about half an hour. Their training will start at 10:30. If you come early, you can find a soldier to teach you." "Yes, I'll have to trouble regiment commander and political commissar then." Yiqian got into the car and thought of the 7-day holiday. He frowned and said, "It's a pity that we can't come on the 7-day holiday. Our school is organizing military training." The military training was not arranged in the school, and it was impossible for them to come out at night. They would not come for 7 days. It was a pity. The provincial first high school's response is very timely. They've arranged military training for Year 2 and Year 3 so quickly. Xia Jinyuan was naturally aware of the military training arrangements. The proposal to allow students to participate in the military training was actually on the agenda a few years ago, but it was only implemented this year. Seeing that she was not very willing to participate, Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, "I don't have any holidays here, so I can't accompany you to practice driving. It's not a bad idea to go to military training. It's a good opportunity to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. Who needs him to accompany me?" Yiqian thought to himself, but he said calmly, "There's nothing to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. She has a heart condition, so she can be exempted from military training with a leave request. I just think that it's not worth it to spend all 7 days on military training." It was not strange for him to know that she was in the same class as Yi Ying. He knew Uncle Chen and Principal Chow, so he just had to ask to know. Chapter 424. I really want to see you destroy her, but unfortunately, I can't accompany you during military training. If I was still in Fujian town, I could apply for it, but now that I'm not, there's no reason for me to apply. Xia Jinyuan, who saw through her thoughts, deliberately brought it up. Yiqian didn't want to look at the back of his head. His skills had improved, and so had his temper. Xia Jinyuan didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled until Yiqian turned his head away. "Don't laugh. And don't say anything about accompanying me." He was always teasing her like this. Her heart skipped a beat, but he was calm. "Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. I'll listen to whatever you say." A gentle smile, a low voice, and a pair of dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly and saw the burning light in his eyes. She sighed in her heart and thought to herself, "Composure, composure. Don't let this dangerous man ruin my composure." When he drove the car back, he saw the regiment commander and the political commissar standing next to the parking lot. They had their heads down and were talking about something. When they heard the sound of a car, they looked over and saw that Xia Jinyuan's car had returned. Lu Tuan suddenly spoke faster. "Old Yen, keep an eye on her later. Little Jian is smart. You have to make her interested first." "I can do it. You cast the line and I'll set the bait. If necessary, we have to disturb Major Xia." Political Commissar Yen also spoke faster. He wanted to end the unfinished discussion before the two of them came over. "Old Lu, we have to make the little girl take the initiative to ask where the car soldiers are going." Lu Tuan didn't understand. Seeing the two of them walking closer, he quickly asked, "Why do you have to do this? What's so good about it?" "You can't react? This is called dragging her down. The more you know, the deeper you fall. The little girl is a disciplined person. Once she knows more, she won't run away. She'll choose to face it." Lu Tuan patted his head and pretended to be afraid as he listened to his old partner speak. "I'm very lucky that we've always been partners and on the same side," Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he had been tricked to death by his old partner. When they were about a meter away, Lu Tuan walked up to her with a smile and asked, "What do you think, Miss Jen? Isn't it spectacular?" There was a smile on his face, but there was a flicker of fire in his dignified eyes. "You have always liked challenging, difficult training. This is not bad, right? Do you like it? Why not give it a try? I think you can do it." Yi Jian did not dare to boast about this kind of thing. She was absolutely confident that she could win a sniping competition or mixed martial arts. But when it came to driving, she had only touched the steering wheel once tonight, even in both her lives. Furthermore, why did she feel that when she came over, the regiment commander and the political commissar seemed to have discovered a treasure? Their eyes were shining. She pursed her lips and said honestly, "I've really disappointed you. If it wasn't for Captain Xia, I wouldn't have touched the steering wheel. I can't be like the car soldiers here. They drive like they're walking. They can do whatever they want." This was the good thing about the little girl. She was honest. Lu Tuan laughed. His anger from the whole night seemed to have been extinguished by her. He said gently, "I'll give you a month. See if you can master it." As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely succeed. Chapter 425. Seeing that Yi Qian seemed to be thinking about it, he added, "The military training in your school will be conducted by our soldiers. You don't have to participate in the military training like standing at attention and singing military songs. As long as you can pass, I promise to bring you to a good place." Go to a good place. The National Day military training was indeed child's play for her. When Teacher Tong announced it, she wanted to apply for leave. Unfortunately, it would be recorded in the school records, so she could only give up. Now there was an opportunity to not participate, but Lu Tuan also mentioned his conditions. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. The military training was indeed a challenge for her. Lu Tuan's sharp eyes saw that Yi Qian was hesitating, so he added fuel to the fire. "And you definitely won't lose out. Regardless of whether you meet my requirements or not, don't you have to come every night? Even if you don't meet my requirements, you won't lose anything. At most, you will participate in the military training for 7 days and let the instructor invite you to be a model soldier for your classmates." Indeed, she wouldn't lose out if she didn't meet the requirements, but if she met the requirements, she would gain. Not only could she compete with the military soldiers, but she also didn't have to participate in the military training. No matter how she looked at it, it was a good thing. Seeing that there was some progress in this matter, Lu Tuan secretly gave a look to the smiling political commissar. Then, political commissar Yen, who was always good at persuading people, stepped forward. As expected of a political commissar who used to be an instructor, he was very focused on persuading people. He smiled and said, "Not much, just 7 days of leave. Once the 7 days are over, you can come back. Also, I promise that it will definitely not affect your military training results from being recorded in the school records. On the contrary, when you apply for the military academy, your political score will be higher." This moved Yi Qian, but Lu Tuan was a tiger who ate people without spitting out the bones. Political commissar Yen, who was talking to him with a smile, was also a smiling tiger. Yi Qian's gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan, who was silent. He took a step back and gently touched Xia Jinyuan, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said softly, "Captain Xia, do you think I should agree?" For a regiment commander to say that he could bring the little fox out for a trip and even gain political points, this was no small matter. And little fox chose to let him be the one to check. Xia Jinyuan, who had gained her trust, gestured for her to calm down. He smiled and asked Lu Tuan, "You have always discussed things with the soldiers. We are not used to you suddenly discussing things with us. How about this, Lu Tuan? Yi Qian doesn't know what you're talking about, nor does she know what level you need her to reach before she can go with you. Why don't you let her see what kind of level she needs to be before she can work for you?" Lu Tuan glanced at Yi Qian, then looked at Xia Jinyuan. His eyes flickered, then he smiled and said, "Great, there's a chance. Major Xia, can you make a decision for Miss Jian?" "It's better to let Yi Qian make the decision herself. I'll help her check." "Can't be helped. Lu Tuan, you're the Buddha in the unit. No one can escape from your control. Yiqian is just a little girl. Look, you've only given her a little benefit, a benefit that she hasn't even tasted, and she's already believed you. I'm just helping her check and see what kind of level you want her to be at. Then I can make a rough judgment of what you want her to do. Xia Jinyuan was an expert when it came to beating around the bush with his superiors. He always had the initiative in his hands and would not easily let others lead him away from the topic. Chapter 426. Yiqian laughed when he heard what he said. He really was a capable major. No problem. Let's have an appetizer first. Let's show Miss Jian. After Lu Tuan finished speaking, he walked in front of a battalion commander and said a few words to him. The battalion commander nodded and replied with 3 simple words, "Okay, right away." Then, Yiqian saw an inconspicuous car suddenly rush into his line of sight. He didn't know how the car soldiers inside did it, but the car that originally had 4 wheels on the ground suddenly had 2 wheels on the ground. At the same time, rows of bullets rained down from the back of the car. The bullets rained down, and after a few cracking sounds, several targets were directly broken in half. Is it possible to reach such a level? Lu Tuan, who had already walked over, said half-truthfully. His gaze fell on Yiqian with a hint of anticipation. If you can, I'll take you to a very good place. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little serious. What kind of place would require a young girl to go? Moreover, she had to have this level of driving skills. Regiment commander, political commissar, it's difficult to reach this level within a month. Also, it's too risky to let a young girl take such a big risk just to get some political points in the military academy. He was more worried that with this level of driving skills, the place she would go to might be a good place, but at the same time it would be full of danger. Yiqian also thought about it, but he didn't reject it immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Regiment commander, political commissar, may I know which organization these car soldiers will be sent to?" She didn't want to reject it, but she also wanted to know how dangerous it would be. She could only use where they would be sent to determine how dangerous it would be for her to make a decision. After all, the more capable a person was, the more likely they would be sent to a place. Her words made the smiles on Lu Tuan and political commissar Yan's faces fade a little. This girl was honest but also smart. She was thinking of ways to get information out of them. They weren't afraid of her trying to get information out of them, but they were afraid that she wouldn't. The 2 tigers in the army secretly exchanged a look and revealed a meaningful smile. Jian Yiling was smart, but she couldn't resist the seduction of the 2 of them. Xia Jinyuan's expression also changed slightly. He even raised his hand to grab Yiqian's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Little fox, you've crossed the line." And, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly darkened. Regiment commander. He wanted to stop Xia Jinyuan, but to his surprise, Captain Lu acted quickly. He took a step forward and grabbed Xia Jinyuan's wrist. He laughed and said, "Captain Xia, don't touch a girl in front of us." While they were chatting, political commissar Yen chuckled and said something completely unrelated to the topic. "Have you watched the movie Bodyguard of Zhong Nanhai? It's not bad. You can watch it. It's very educational." He understood everything that he heard. Yiqian also understood. His expression became serious and he immediately said, "I'm sorry, Captain Lu, political commissar. I said too much." After a slight pause, he said, "I will do my best to become a part of them." Captain Lu, who had deliberately sabotaged the conversation, laughed softly. He whispered to Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to stop him after realizing that he had done so, "It's too late, Major Xia. Political commissar and I both know Major Xia's ability. We can only make the first move." Chapter 427. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He sighed and said, "No matter how capable I am, it's hard for me to fight against the traps set by the 2 leaders. Yiqian still thinks that he knows too much and can't escape, but he doesn't know that this is all planned out by the 2 leaders. Lu Tuan, you and the political commissar are indeed a pair of tigers who eat people up without spitting out their bones. I'm impressed." You flatter me, you flatter me. Once you do something, you'll naturally get used to it. Why is Major Xia so protective of Yi Qian? Lu Tuan was in his early 40s and had a daughter who was about the same age as Yi Qian. He took care of Yi Qian like a father would. He patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder and sighed. I've heard about Sun Xueqing's situation. Her mother was also a soldier in our team. Although I don't know how powerful martyr Sun Xueqing was, I can tell from Yi Qian's performance that she's inheriting her mother's legacy. Perhaps she's even more outstanding than her mother. Our country's leaders are going abroad for an official visit during National Day. The political situation there is a little sensitive. The military has already considered Miss Jian going as the student representative. Her English is good and she's good at adapting. More importantly, she can protect herself and the leaders around her. During the meeting, Miss Jian's name was placed at the top of the list. I can't tell you which leader is going, but I'm sure you know which country he's going to. So, it's not unreasonable for us to consider letting Miss Jian go. The military would know in advance if a leader was going abroad to promote an exchange between two countries. Xia Jinyuan was the same. Lu Tuan's words weren't considered a leak. Yi Qian was so serious that there was no expression on his face. He listened to the political commissar's instructions calmly. Since she agreed, everything would be easier to discuss. Political Commissar Yen said gently, "Don't be so nervous. The military already had this idea. There are some who agree and some who disagree. Lu Tuan and I hope you can agree. Not for others, but for myself. I know that you and Lu Tuan are taking care of me, and I will do my best to live up to your expectations. But if you only come here to train at night, I'm worried." Yi Qian's concern was not that he could not learn well, but that he did not have the time. As long as she made the decision, time was not a problem at all. Political Commissar Yen laughed and said, "We will arrange this. Tonight you can ask Major Xia to send you back first. It's already past 12. Go back and rest early. If there wasn't enough time, the army would naturally come forward to solve it." There was no need for Yi Jian to worry at all. It is indeed a very good opportunity. I also wanted to accept it on your behalf. At that time, I thought too much about it. I didn't expect you to directly step into the pit dug by the two tigers. You can't climb out even if you want to. When they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan joked, "I wanted to give you a hand, but Lu Tuan stopped me." Yi Qian rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. Actually, after I asked, I knew that I had crossed the line. I also knew that I had fallen into a trap. But it is indeed an opportunity. At least I can have direct contact with the leader. It can also be considered as a bargaining chip for myself. He had already shown his face in front of the leader and completed the mission given by the military. In the future, no matter how powerful the people behind Yi Jifan were, he would have to think twice. Therefore, this was an opportunity that required him to gamble with his life. Chapter 428. Because of Yi Jifan? Xia Jinyuan immediately understood what she was referring to. He frowned and said, "Because of you, Dashi Chan didn't want to think about this." She stared at the man who was focused on driving and interrupted him. Did it hurt? At that time, it was such a deep and wide scar. Even now, she could feel her back throbbing in pain just by looking at it. It didn't hurt at that time. I fainted. He brushed over the danger in a calm tone. At the red light, Xia Jinyuan stopped the car. He held the steering wheel elegantly with one hand and rested his other hand lazily on the window. When he saw her frown, he chuckled and said, "I really don't remember it now. I don't feel the pain anymore. Why don't I tell you if it hurts the next time you get hurt?" Yi Qian's expression changed and she spat, "Don't spout nonsense. Tui tui tui. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm?" Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. His deep eyes glowed like a halo, which made Yi Qian's heart pound. She pursed her lips and looked away. She was conflicted, but her gaze was always attracted to him. Like a man of light, no matter how dangerous it was, he wouldn't want someone who had lived in the dark for too long to approach him. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when they reached the back gate of the school. Xia Jinyuan stood under the streetlight and watched Yi Qian walk step by step towards the back gate of the school. He put his hands in his pockets and watched her enter the school. His smiling eyes gradually turned cold. Little Fox knew very well that the person she needed to be wary of was Yi Zhifan. Since she knew this, it was the right thing for her to win the chips for him. His heart ached that she had to face someone like Yi Zhifan at such a young age. Her life was much harder than her peers. Who was the person behind Yi Zhifan? It seemed that he had to find out. The car drove very fast and flew directly to the hotel. Xia Jinyuan's phone had been vibrating several times. He didn't call back until he reached the hotel. Q King, when do you plan to return to the team after tomorrow's holiday? I'll be waiting for you in the capital. J5, who was wearing short sleeves and shorts, stood on the balcony of the military guest house with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He teased, I heard someone talking about that little fox of yours in a meeting today. Not bad, even the leaders are paying attention to her. She has a bright future. Xia Jinyuan turned on the lights in the room and put his phone on speaker mode. As he took off his shirt, he said lazily, Of course, this is the little fox that I have my eyes on. I even wanted to fight for her, but unfortunately, I have no place to show my talents. Are you being cocky? J5 couldn't stand it. His buddies were all single, and he was the only one who had his eyes on a high school student. Remember, our future is still in your hands. Don't just focus on your love life. Put our buddies aside. Everyone in the Snowfield Brigade knew that Q King had his eyes on a high school student named Yi Qian. Even Z7, who was a man of few words, said that she was a good girl. She was just a little young and was still in high school. But it was also fortunate that she was young. Otherwise, how could these 26-year-old old buddies endure it? They had to let Q King only think about her and not have any physical contact with her. Tell our buddies to wait. Wait for my revolution to succeed. After walking past the bathroom, Xia Jinyuan turned around. For the first time, he really paid attention to the wound on his lower back. The mirror clearly reflected the wound. It wasn't that bad, but Little Fox seemed to be frightened. Chapter 429. After taking a look, he walked out of the bathroom and picked up a pair of short sleeves and shorts that could be used as pajamas. How many of you have arrived in Beijing tomorrow afternoon? 5 came and the other 5 left in advance. September in Beijing was much colder than September in the south. Standing on the balcony and enjoying the night breeze, J5, who had not slept, felt even more sleepy. There's a layout meeting with Zongnanhai tomorrow night. You must come back. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take a shower, turned on the shower. Amid the sound of running water, he said indifferently, Okay. See you tomorrow afternoon. I'm hanging up. Wait, your little fox appeared in the meeting. Why didn't you ask? J5 asked before hanging up. Don't you care? Hey. Damn. He really hung up. Something was wrong. Why didn't he care? It didn't seem like the style of this wolf. There must be an inside story. There must be an inside story that he didn't know. Wait. Just now, he heard the sound of running water. He picked up the phone very late, and then heard the sound of running water in the middle of the night. J5's expression suddenly became tense, as if he had discovered something big. Did Q King already put his little fox on the bed? It shouldn't be, but he still felt uneasy. No, he had to find someone to talk to. He couldn't sleep tonight if he didn't. It was the aftereffects of working as an instructor. If he didn't understand everything, he would lose sleep. G3, who had already fallen asleep, didn't have any other reaction after being woken up. He directly threw J5, who hadn't slept in the middle of the night, into the corridor and closed the door to continue sleeping. Through the door, he heard J5's cold reply, I didn't sleep for 3 nights. I rushed to Beijing today to finish the meeting. If you knock on the door again, I'll throw you directly from the 3rd floor. The next day, J5, who had not slept, was waiting for Xia Jinyuan to arrive in Beijing. At noon in the provincial capital, Yi Qian received a call from Xia Jinyuan in the dormitory manager's office. It turned out that he was already at the airport and specially called to inform her. Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief and pursed his lips with a smile. Okay, see you next time. It was better to avoid it. At the very least, before she lost her willpower, she had to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the departure lounge, seemed to have heard her long exhale. This little girl was probably dying to see him. However, how could he let her do as she wished? His thin lips curled into a faint smile. You're such a two-faced little fox. You don't want to see me again, do you? No, you misunderstood. Yi Jian straightened her back subconsciously and heard his deep voice again. So you want me to come often too? Okay. I'll come to see you as long as I'm on vacation. Be good and wait for me to come back at school. Yi Jian nodded and said, So you want me to come often too? Okay. I'll come to see you whenever I'm on vacation. It was very gentle, like a feather gently brushing against her heart. It was just one sentence, but it was so easy to stir up her emotions, making her feel his ambiguous presence following her like a shadow. Hurry up and go eat. I'm gonna check in now. Goodbye, Yi Qian. Believe me, little fox, we'll meet again very soon. This is something that can't be avoided. The plane soared into the sky, and the rumbling sound came from the azure blue sky. Yi Qian, who was on his way to the cafeteria, stood under the shade of a tree and looked at the plane, which was as small as a matchbox, dragging a long white trail behind it. The plane headed north. Is he sitting in it? Yi Ying's voice came from behind him. During the first few days of school, she didn't forget to make friends with both old and new students. Moreover, she didn't care about their grades or their family background. Chapter 430. On the first day of school, she got along well with Zhao Hai. After all, he was the top student at the end of the first year of high school. However, when she found out that Zhao Hai's parents were just ordinary workers, she immediately showed a disdainful expression and no longer had the enthusiasm she had on the first day of school. Now, she knew how to make friends based on social status. Yi Zhifan had indeed taught Yi Ying everything he knew. I can't participate in the military training, so I'll have to look after you guys. Fortunately, I'll prepare water. You guys can come find me if you're thirsty. Yi Ying said with a smile, full of gentleness and generosity. If you guys are tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. One of the girls laughed. No, I'm afraid that someone will hit me. So, did you promise him or not? Yang Heng can play basketball, he's quite handsome, his grades are good, and his family background is good too. What are you hesitating for? When Yi Qian heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that Yi Ying's high school life was the same as her middle school life? Yang Heng, then she had to be careful. She couldn't let it be another Gao Yang. No, Gao Yang just didn't know how to judge people. Later, he turned over a new leaf. She quickened her pace and soon left her voice far behind until it was no longer tormenting her ears. The sun was high in the sky. After passing through the green shrubs, she arrived at the cafeteria. She heard a lot of discussion about the military training. Some people were very excited, while others were frowning. Everyone had their own opinions about the military training. I don't want to go. I really want to take leave. The sun is so hot. It'll make me tan. Forget it if you don't want to go. I heard that the soldiers in the army will be our instructors. It'll be great if they're handsome. Even if they're tanned, I'll be happy. Two seniors were whispering as they lined up. When they found Jiasun and the others, they were discussing the military training again. Seeing her sit down, Yang Yi, who was in the same dormitory, asked her, Do you want to go? The entire high school will be participating. I heard that you'll have to sleep on the field. Won't you be fed to mosquitoes every day? It has to be recorded in the student records as a result. Everyone has to go, no exceptions. Yi Qian did not object at all. However, he felt that military training was child's play for him. So he said to Jiasun and the others, It's a chance to train. There's no harm in giving it a try, right? Besides, I think it's quite interesting to spend all 7 days together. And Jiasun, who had been chewing on the ribs without saying a word, sighed heavily and said with a frown, What's the big deal about military training? My dad wants me to enroll in some military school. Fuck, I've looked it up. How can a mediocre person like me get into a military school? It's better to be a female soldier after graduation. My dad wants me to go to the police academy, and your dad wants you to go to the military academy. Great minds think alike. Zhang Bin, who was passing by with a plate in his hand, laughed. I think a tomboy like you should enter the military academy. You'll definitely be able to defeat all the male soldiers. And Justin was furious. You said I'm a man? You deserve a beating. Zhang Bin makes a lot of sense. I think uncle is right. You should go to the military academy. Yiqian was happy. After she left Fujian town, she had not contacted her classmates. She did not know what in Justin's future was. But if she also went to the military academy, it would be a good idea. She was tall, had a good personality, and had good qualities. Her physical fitness could also pass. As long as she could get in, it would be fine. Chapter 431. You think so too? Then I have to think about it. And Justin pretended to be angry. She kicked Zhang Bin, who was laughing, and sat down. I have thought about it too. It's difficult. We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still early anyway. The school's announcement of the military training did make some people want to apply for military school. But it was just a thought. It was not easy to get into a military school. Yi Qian and the others were discussing the military training. Teacher Tong was sitting in Principal Chao's office. She smiled and said, Since it's your arrangement, then there's no problem. Yi Qian is quite good at self-learning. I don't have to worry about him. I have no problem with him leaving after school in the afternoon. Okay, I'll let you know. Also, Yi Qian's situation is a bit special. If he asks for leave and the other students ask about it, just say that his family member is sick and he needs to go to the hospital to take care of them. Principal Chao arranged everything carefully so that Teacher Tong would not have any problems with it. He also made sure that Yi Qian would not be disliked by the other students because of his special situation. Yi Qian knew that he could leave the school with the other day students after the first class in the afternoon. He knew that the political commissar had arranged everything for him. Principal Chao told me that you have a big ambition and he is already preparing for it. I have faith in you. I know that you are a very disciplined student. Work hard. I hope to see good news for you in the year after next. Teacher Tong had told Yi Jian about it in the corridor outside the classroom after class. Looking at the girl in front of her, who was like a pine tree, and knowing that Yi Jian's goal was to apply for the military academy and that she was already preparing for it, Teacher Tong suddenly realized why Yi Jian had such a unique aura. This was the valiant aura of a soldier. She was as proud as a pine tree and as cold as a winter plum. She was definitely not comparable to those students who still wanted to play. Yi Ying was not going to participate. She was going to participate in an English competition on National Day. As for what she said to those high-ranking officials and rich kids, it was just for show. After Teacher Tong found out, she wrote on Yi Ying's file, due to health reasons, it is not suitable for her to participate in military training. Not only did they have to learn how to drive, but they also had to learn how to repair cars. On Yi Qian's first day, he was introduced to a pile of car parts. How many parts are there in a car? That was 100 times the size of a sniper rifle. Everything from a screw to a wire had to be recognized. Yi Qian gave her a book, a pile of car parts, some photos, and a car soldier. Under Political Commissar Yan's smiling gaze, Yi Qian began to identify the car parts. Yi Qian was able to calm her mind, and once she calmed down, she would not be distracted even if a bomb went off beside her. If she could recognize the parts, then so be it. She could recognize the guns and ammunition of every country, so it was not difficult for her to recognize the parts of a car. Just as Lu Tuan had said, Yi Qian's speed of improvement scared the car soldiers around her. It was fine on the first day, but on the second day, when the battalion commander came to test her, she was able to identify the parts one by one. She even knew where they were installed. After that, when Yi Qian was teaching driving, the car soldiers were all terrified. Chapter 432. On the third day, the car soldier who was training with her was replaced by another car soldier who was heading to the capital this year. Identity: driver, special assignment, bodyguard. According to the changes in the mission situation, We will use a combination of indoor simulated driving and field driving. Normally, the most we need to use is flying. Watch carefully, like this. A car soldier who was about to enter Zongnanhai was teaching Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. As he finished speaking, the jeep rushed out with a boom and rose into the air again. She stepped on the accelerator and started the car at high speed. Yi Qian could feel the entire car rise into the air. After passing through the broken section, it landed with a bang. At the same time, the car soldier fired continuously with his gun. The obstacles on the left and right sides were all blown away. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, felt what it was like to see a bunch of bullets fly past her eyes. Exciting. Absolutely exciting. Faint smoke swept past the tip of her nose. She couldn't see the bullets, but she could feel their power. Even if they were empty bullets, there was still some residual power. Whether it was the car soldier's driving movements or the way he fired the gun, the car soldier was so cool that Yi Qian had the word, respect, written all over her face. She had no choice but to accept it. She had to operate the steering wheel with one hand and look forward with both eyes. At the same time, she had to aim and shoot. She had no choice but to accept it. There was always someone better than her. Yi Qian had always known that the reason why she improved so quickly was because of her 2 lifetimes of experience. As for them, they had relied on their own abilities to get to where they were today. Yi Qian was so focused on training that she almost forgot to eat and sleep. Especially from Friday afternoon until Sunday, even the male soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw her ferocity. She started from touching the steering wheel to speeding around the circle at over 200 kilometers per hour. Bullets were fired continuously from both the front and back seats. The targets outside the circle fell one by one. The engine roared so fast that it covered the sound of the bullets. Yi Qian, who was driving, had a cold expression. She changed gears and stepped on the accelerator to the max. After coming out of the circle, she rushed directly to the broken bridge. Maintain speed, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, fly. The instructor's stern voice came through the earpiece, reminding Yi Qian that she was close to the broken bridge and that she was about to complete her first flight across the broken bridge in half a month. Amidst the instructor's stern voice, the jeep's engine seemed to have reached its limit. The engine roared like a fighter jet. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not notice that she was about to fly the jeep over the broken bridge. The car soared into the air and landed on the ground with a loud bang. After changing gears, the car shot off from the bridge like an arrow leaving the bow and rushed straight to the finish line. There were already people waiting at the finish line. One of them was holding a timer, while the other was waiting for the car to arrive. The car door was opened from the outside. Political Commissar Yen stood outside with a warm smile, clapping his hands. The results will be out in half a month. Girl Jen, we can see your results and we are very happy. Passing in 3 minutes. You used 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Passing. The soldier keeping time recorded Yi Qian's results in the scorebook. The scorebook recorded all of Yi Qian's training results, from failing to pass to passing, and then to passing. Chapter 433. Her progress was so fast that even the veterans were full of energy. If they were beaten by a high school student who didn't even know how to drive, even if they entered Zongnanhai, they wouldn't feel good about it. However, some people were born to be worshipped by others. Yi Jian, who had only made one mistake in her previous life, had been reborn. She was like a golden scale in a pond, which would turn into a dragon when it encountered a storm. Yi Qian, whose back was already drenched in sweat, raised her hand to wipe away the sweat that was about to drip into her eyes. She took the score book from the soldier and read it carefully. Her face was expressionless, but the corners of her mouth were tightly pursed. Not enough. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. You failed. Little girl, if I remember correctly, tonight is your first time flying over the broken bridge. How can you say you failed with this result? Commissar Yen knew that the girl in front of him, whose eyes were as bright as stars, was strict with herself after every training session, but he didn't know that she was this strict. Commissar Yen, who was afraid that going too far was as bad as not going too far, immediately comforted her. You only touched the car for 12 days. Look, you passed the subject training in 12 days. Girl Jian, it's good to be strict with yourself, but you can't set too high a goal. If your goal is too high, you will not be able to surpass it one day. Sometimes it's not a motivation but a dispirited feeling. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Let the instructor say it. If he says you passed, then you passed. Yi Qian saw that the commissar was trying his best to persuade her and was afraid that she would go to the extreme. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. Commissar, don't worry. I know. I think you don't know anything. Take a rest first. If you continue to train like this, I'm afraid of you. Soldiers were too outstanding. As a leader, there was a lot of pressure. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen during the training. Yi Qian saw that he was really worried about her, so she didn't refuse. She obediently followed him to the side to rest. The instructor who taught her jogged over and answered the commissar's questions one by one. You're improving very fast. You have a strong sense of direction. You have a fierce spirit that's not afraid of death. That's why you're practicing very fast. The instructor's evaluation of Yi Qian was based on the fact that she was not afraid of death. She had no fear of death, so she could easily pass through the door of life and death. Even the male soldiers did not have her guts. But political Commissar Yen was afraid. He couldn't let anything happen to such a good seedling. He said seriously, remember to put safety first during the training. She is stubborn. You can't be stubborn with her. After reprimanding the instructor, he sternly swept his gaze over the two of them and said in a deep voice, you two better remember this. We have to produce results, but we can't lose our lives. If I lose my life, what's the point of having a pile of results? The instructor was simply being lectured by Yi Qian. After the political commissar left, the instructor from Xiang province laughed and said, you little girl, when you worked hard, even I was motivated to work hard. This time we were all lectured. However, what the political commissar said does make sense. We have to produce results, but no matter how good the results are, if we lose our lives, it will just be a pile of dead results. Yi Qian felt bad for implicating the instructor. He said softly, how about this? In the future, when political commissar and regimental commander Lu are here, we can relax a little. After they leave, we can work harder. What do you think? No way. I'm scared of you, Yi Qian. Even third brother Daredevil would not work as hard as you. The instructor rejected directly, although he said that Yi Qian was the kind of person who could easily inspire soldiers on the battlefield. When she worked hard, the other male soldiers did not dare to fall behind. When she worked hard, they also worked hard. Everyone's results were on the rise. Chapter 434. After receiving the results, Regiment Commander Lu said to Political Commissar Yen, whichever battalion this girl is placed in, the standard of the battalion will rise like a rocket. Her results in the past 10 days are almost as good as the results of an automobile soldier for half a year. Friday night happens to be night driving. How about this? Assign a co-pilot to her car and let her try. Night driving was also part of the training. It was an essential training for every bus station soldier. Driving on mountain roads? Political Commissar Yan's face showed a trace of seriousness. After a long silence, he gently shook his head. No, driving on mountain roads is unpredictable and risky. It is all winding roads with 180-degree turns. There are no railings on the sides. She also has to maintain a certain distance from the cars in front. Old Lu, I don't agree with her driving on mountain roads. After all, it had only been 10 days. Practice on the training ground was like practice making perfect. Practicing a few more times and completing a series of actions under the instructor's instructions was a layer of protection. But it was different on mountain roads. It was all about experience. It was not just about courage. Not enough experience. I don't recommend night driving. Regiment Commander Lu sighed. After a moment of silence, he replied, You're right. She does lack experience. Let's see how her results are in the next 2 weeks. If possible, she should try it before going to the capital. She still has to try. If she doesn't try, she doesn't know what to do. The leader's itinerary will be out soon. Once there is night driving, as one of the accompanying bodyguards, the girl must pass the night driving training. Otherwise, we can't assign her to the leader's side. Regiment Commander Lu's concerns made Political Commissar Yen finally nod in agreement. Okay, let's test it before going to the capital. Yi Qian didn't know that she had become a frequent topic of discussion between the regiment commander and the political commissar. It also made Political Commissar Yen hesitate to talk to her a few times. Until Friday of the third week, Yi Qian didn't know that she might need to undergo night driving training. She steadily started the car, changed gears, changed speeds, and turned. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. There was not a trace of strangeness. There's a bumpy road ahead, a single-sided bridge, and a double-sided bridge. Yi Qian, maintain your speed and cross it quickly. The instructor's cold voice came through the earpiece, instructing Yi Qian to complete the training test. Yi Jian drove forward, made a right-angle turn, and crossed the single-track bridge. Yi Jian maintained the speed and drove the car as if she was walking on her own. She passed the bridge smoothly. Political Commissar Yen looked at the jeep on the training ground, which looked like a veteran driving a jeep. She finished the entire training course only 20 seconds later than an outstanding veteran. What training will there be later? He walked over to Yi Qian's instructor and said in a low voice, "It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She still needs to catch up with the evening self-study." The instructor flipped open the training chart and said softly, "This is a subject that we started practicing last night. Cross a one-sided bridge and move forward in 2 wheels." Moving forward in 2 wheels meant that one of the wheels moved forward quickly and completed a drift. Okay, let her rest for a while after this. I saw her take a bandage from the hospital just now. Her palms must have been rubbed until they had blisters. Yes, from Friday to Sunday, she practiced until 1 o'clock in the evening. She woke up on time at 6 o'clock the next day to train. The young lady's skin is tender. Plus, she had to turn the steering wheel quickly during the past 2 days of training, so she developed blisters. The instructor's explanation was still a little vague. Yi Qian's palms not only had 1 blister, but both of his hands had blisters as well. It just so happened that the blisters formed a line between his fingers and his palms. Chapter 435. A few blisters popped, revealing a layer of pink skin tissue. After spraying anti-inflammatory medicine, she wrapped the bandage around her hand and continued to practice. The political commissar asked the instructor to inform Yi Qian through the headset and then went to discuss with Lu Tuan. After a week, Jian Yiling's driving skills had improved. This could make up for her lack of experience. It was time to rest. Other than Yi Qian, who was still training, all the soldiers, including the soldiers who were in charge of maintaining the vehicles, had already rested. There was only one vehicle rumbling on the field, which was particularly eye-catching. Where did this little girl come from? She's training so hard every day as if she's going to the battlefield tomorrow. Just looking at her gives me the creeps. Maybe she's some leader's daughter who joined the army in winter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be training so hard. Nonsense. That little girl isn't even 18 years old. She's still a high school student. Why would she join the army? Besides, which leader's daughter would be willing to suffer with us soldiers? Didn't one of the leaders bring his daughter here last time? I saw that she even had to ask the guards to bring her water. Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to be punished? You even dare to talk about your leader behind his back. A few soldiers in the resting room sat together and chatted softly. When they saw that the training vehicle had not stopped, they looked over and more or less talked about it. Most of these soldiers were soldiers who joined the army last year and were assigned to the vehicle company in June of this year. They weren't in the same position as the soldiers who were going to Zongnanhai immediately. They were in charge of repairing and maintaining the vehicles in the company. They arrived on Friday, and Yi Qian happened to be here for the next few days. Those who didn't know would inevitably talk about it secretly, but more of them were envious. The soldiers who touched the vehicles directly in the company were all elite soldiers. When they started training here one day, they would really be able to make a name for themselves. You guys are sitting here chatting like gossips. aren't you?" A powerful baritone voice came from behind them. The male soldiers stood up in a row and turned around. "Regiment Commander." It was Lu Tuan, who walked past them. He stood in front of them and glanced at them with a serious expression. The male soldiers immediately felt a burst of pressure. Even so, they had to raise their heads and stick out their chests. They couldn't move. "Do you all have nothing better to do? Repair all the wheels in front of me. Paint the wheels for me. Do you hear me?" Lu Tuan's prestige in the unit was extremely high. Every word he said represented the military's prestige. The soldiers could only obey and absolutely could not resist. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. As long as it was correct, they had no reason to refute it. Just like now, they were caught by their regiment commander discussing right and wrong behind their backs. He only told them to do what they were supposed to do. Who would dare to say they didn't want to do it? If you don't want to do it, then wait for your punishment. The soldiers did not dare to utter a single word as they replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then they immediately jogged to the front of the mountain-like wheel and started doing maintenance on it. The tires were neatly stacked one after another. They needed to be taken down and carefully maintained. Some tires were worn out and needed to be scrapped. For newbies like Yi Qian, it was easy for the wheels to wear out when they first started driving. If they braked too quickly, they would leave tire marks on the ground. But not now. The steering wheel was like an obedient child in Yi Qian's hands. It would move no matter how she moved it. Chapter 436. Yi Qian. Get ready for a one-sided flight. Accelerate, rush onto the one-sided bridge, and complete a one-sided drift. The instructor instructed Yi Qian to complete the last exercise. He stood not far away and waved a flag. "Ready, begin!" With the wave of the flag, Yi Qian began the last training exercise of the day. Driving onto the one-sided bridge, the center of gravity of the car shifted to the driver's seat. Yi Qian stepped on the accelerator and quickly changed gears. The car, which was originally four-wheeled, suddenly shifted to two-wheeled and began drifting at high speed. Driving diagonally from one side, it drifted forward in an arc. Lu Tuan, who was observing from the side, laughed and said to his old partner, "This level of skill can make up for her lack of experience to a certain extent. In the fourth week, arrange a car for her on Friday and Saturday nights. Let her drive during the day on Sunday. Treat it as a break for school on Monday and leave for the capital on Tuesday." This time, "I didn't mean to." Political Commissar Yen, who was still smiling a second ago, suddenly changed his expression and rushed towards the car. Lu Tuan was next. His expression changed as he threw away the score book in his hand and ran a few meters away. A wheel came out of nowhere and rolled directly towards Yi Qian's drifting car. Yi Qian's field of vision was very limited due to her lowered vision. It was impossible for her to notice such a sudden appearance and rolling towards the right side of the car. The instructor also noticed the danger, but he didn't panic. Instead, he spoke quickly and calmly. "Abnormality on the right side. Avoid it." There was no time to tell him how to avoid it. It was all up to Yi Qian to deal with the situation on the spot and resolve the danger. Abnormality on the right side. Draw a wide arc and accelerate to avoid the danger. However, if the arc was drawn out, the rear of the car would inevitably hit the barriers on both sides. But it was better than losing both the car and people. Inside the car, Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, sped up and dodged the rolling wheel at lightning speed. Then he turned the steering wheel. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the car that was drifting to one side was forced to land on all four wheels. He didn't step on the brakes in a hurry. Instead, he slowed down rhythmically, and the rear of the car drifted backward. Under everyone's tense gaze, the car once again made a loud crash sound. In the capital, Xia Jinyuan, who had taken off his military uniform and was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, was memorizing some foreign culture and customs that he needed to remember during the exchange between the two countries. Suddenly, his heart started to panic. Came so suddenly that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but press his hand against his chest. His back arched as he pressed down on the dozens of pages of information with one hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Eh? What happened to you? J5, who was also memorizing the information, frowned and said softly, You have gastric problems? Is your stomach acting up? K7 raised his head and glanced at him. He said emotionlessly, Is your stomach in your chest? Have you ever seen a man with a stomach in his chest? Then, he looked at Xia Jinyuan and frowned slightly. Stand up and take a walk. Drink a glass of cold water to calm it down. It's nothing serious. It's just a normal heart palpitation. Normal heart palpitations don't need to be treated. Let's take a walk and get some fresh air. Also, Q King, are you afraid that you can't finish memorizing all this information? The panic came and went quickly. It had already disappeared while K7 was talking. Xia Jinyuan looked at the dozens of pages of information he had memorized and frowned. No, it's just that my heart skipped a beat. It's very uncomfortable and flustered. Chapter 437. It was as if something big had happened and he was panicking. Suddenly, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and said to the two of them, I'm going out to make a call. Go ahead and take a look. I'll be back in 5 minutes. After rushing out of the meeting room, Xia Jinyuan immediately called Lu Tuan. As soon as the call went through, he quickly asked, Lu Tuan, how's Yi Qian's training? He did not hide his anxiety at all. He was anxious to know the situation. You don't usually call. Once you do, you run into trouble. Lu Tuan sighed heavily. With a gloomy expression on his face, he said, A minute ago, Miss Jian had an accident during training. The military doctor is checking on her now. If she feels any discomfort, send her to the hospital immediately. In an instant, Xia Jinyuan felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a cold lake. He felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly torn in half and hung in midair. His deep, cold eyes suddenly darkened. The alternating cold and pain made his breathing become labored. His voice was chilling. How could there be an accident? How is she now? Are there any obvious and substantial external injuries? There are no external injuries. There was a wheel during the side driving training. Lu Tuan's expression became increasingly gloomy as he briefly explained the situation. There are no external injuries. Miss Jian was fearless in the face of danger. She minimized the danger and hit the barrier with the back of the car. He glanced at Yi Qian, who was cooperating with the military doctor. Apart from her slightly pale expression, she was calmer than everyone else present. A trace of a smile accompanied with a sigh. She's very clear-headed. She can even comfort me and old Yen. The military doctor said that she was very calm. Even her heartbeat did not change. It didn't scare her. It scared us. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt as if he had just walked out of a cold lake. His entire body was trembling with fear. There was a wheel during the side driving training. Just thinking about it made Xia Jinyuan start to break out in cold sweat again. If his little fox had reacted a little slower, the car would have been destroyed. Lu Tuan, I want to talk to her. Sorry to trouble you. He could only relax when he heard her voice. His gaze was cold as he stood by the window outside. His entire body was emitting cold air, and the surrounding air seemed to have turned into frost. Yi Qian raised his arm and swung it back and forth under the military doctor's instructions. I'm fine. There's no dislocation or fracture. His chest didn't hurt, nor did it feel stuffy. Doctor, I think I should be fine except for the abrasions on my arms. When the rear of the car hit, the front airbag popped out. The head hit the airbag, but the upper body was protected. Only his left arm had rubbed against the car door, and a large piece of his skin had been rubbed off. It looked terrifying, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Tuan handed the phone over and looked at the girl who was relaxed and bold. He smiled and sighed, You're so lucky. It's Major Xia. He wants to talk to you. The military doctor who had taken Yi Qian's blood pressure confirmed that other than the abrasions on his arms, there were no other major injuries. He put away his stethoscope and said to Lu Tuan, Other than the abrasions on his arms, there are no other problems. Spray some disinfectant and apply some purple iodine for 2 days. It should scab tomorrow. It was good that she was fine. Xia Jinyuan heard her gentle voice, like a wind chime swaying gently in the drizzle, gently knocking against his chest. Your call is too coincidental. I've been fine for more than 20 days, but something happened today and you called. Yi Qian stood up and moved her wrists. Under the gaze of Lu Tuan and many soldiers, she coughed lightly and hinted. Everyone is worried about me. Captain Xia, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm hanging up. Chapter 438. Yi Qian really wanted to hang up the phone as soon as possible. She was completely not used to doing private things in public, such as answering the phone. After saying that, she felt a little uneasy. She pursed her lips and said softly, How about I contact you when I get back to school? Is it convenient for you to give me your number? How about I contact you when I get back to school? Platoon Commander Lu and the political commissar are both there. She didn't expect her call to come at such a timely time. The coldness on Xia Jinyuan's face gradually faded as he chuckled softly. This feeling was actually really good. It was as if their hearts were linked. Even if they were thousands of miles away, he could still sense whether she was safe or not. The second he felt his heart palpitate and panic happened to be the second she got into an accident during training. It turned out that the mysterious feeling of having telepathy really existed, and it existed in his heart. Little fox, where do you think you're going to escape to? Even if you were thousands of miles away, he would definitely be able to find you. Hearing his laughter, Yi Qian laughed as well. I'm fine here. The military doctor has left. You, don't worry. He really did care about her and was willing to help her. In short, she could only repay his kindness after she entered the military camp. As long as it wasn't against the military rules, she would definitely help him as long as he asked. In her previous life, Yi Qian had always used this method to repay those who had helped her and shown her kindness. She was such a girl. No matter how difficult life was, she still had kindness in her heart. Kind and magnanimous people could survive no matter how difficult life was. Yi Qian was like that. Are you afraid that I'll be angry? As she explained, Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. His gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. I'm not angry. I just want to hear your voice, little fox. But I'm really worried about you. When I heard Platoon Commander Lu say that something happened during your training, I couldn't wait to be by your side immediately. His low voice was like the richest and most intoxicating red wine. Not only was the color rich, but the smell was also intoxicating. She felt intoxicated even through the phone. It seemed like she was a little drunk. It was so noisy all around, but she could only hear his voice, because in her heart, only his voice existed. Every word was like a musical note, coming slowly with the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that she could only hear his voice whispering in her ears. However, there was a voice in her heart that kept reminding her, Stay strong, stay strong. Bring out your determination. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have something to do here. Take down my phone number first. She seemed to be so nervous that she even held her breath. Xia Jinyuan, who was reporting a set of numbers, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you nervous? That's right, what he said just now was indeed a little over the line. His feelings for her were always somewhat uncontrollable, so he could only try his best to control it. Xia Jinyuan was a man with strong self-control. As a soldier, there were times when he had to cast aside his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He was also very clear that his feelings for Yi Qian were derived from admiration. He was still one step away from falling in love with her. Therefore, he had to be careful when he spoke. He couldn't make Yi Qian feel troubled, but he also had to let her feel that there was a hint of affection between him and her. What Xia Jinyuan wanted was this kind of ambiguous relationship that was faintly discernible, with a hint of affection that would never cross the line. Chapter 439. Fortunately, Yi Qian was already used to it. He repeated Xia Jinyuan's number again, and after confirming that it was correct, he smiled faintly and said, Okay, I'll contact you when I get back to school. It was best to remain calm when interacting with Captain Xia. That would also improve one's composure. The fact that Xia Jinyuan was able to quickly regain his composure and reply indifferently made the corners of Xia Jinyuan's lips curl up into a meaningful smile. If this went on, those little boys would want to flirt with little Fox. In her eyes, they would be nothing more than clowns. But he was different. He was the one who held her hand and could walk side by side with her. They walked the same path, walked towards the same goal, and fought side by side. Therefore, he was destined to be different. You're still smiling after hanging up. TSK. That expression of yours is giving me goosebumps. J5's voice sounded lazily from the side. His eyes darkened as he looked at the phone line in the distance. Q King was still flirting with Yi Qian, and there was a hint of darkness in his indifferent expression. Brother, you have to remember what you said. For yourself and for Yi Qian. Now that you're in such a hurry to make a move, you might end up harming Yi Qian. J5 did not need to beat around the bush when speaking to his comrade. Instead, he chose to say it at the right time. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows, and a smile spread from the corners of his eyes. When he spoke to Yi Qian, his elegant and noble demeanor did not fade away. The sharpness in his words was restrained. Standing in front of J5, dressed in a suit, he looked like a refined and gentle young master. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Qian is still young. No matter what, I can't end up harming her. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, the gentleness on his face faded and was replaced by a trace of coldness. J5, I will deal with my personal affairs. I know that you are still an instructor in the Snowfield Brigade, but I can tell you clearly that I will obey your orders for combat missions, but please don't pay too much attention to my personal affairs. In the unit, Xia Jinyuan rarely showed his cold and sharp side. He even consciously restrained his arrogance, because everyone knew that joining the Snowfield Brigade was equivalent to abandoning your previous identity. No matter who you used to be, you were a professional soldier in the unit and would absolutely obey orders. But even so, Xia Jinyuan had his own bottom line, such as personal matters. It didn't matter if his comrade made fun of him, but he couldn't accept it if it was too deep. I'm very sorry, Q King. I was being presumptuous. I have a bad habit of worrying, especially when something happened in the unit in the past. So, whenever a member of the unit is tempted, it's as if I'm facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, J5's expression turned serious and he immediately apologized. I'm very sorry. This is the last time I mention your personal affairs with Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to apologize. I don't like it when the unit pays too much attention to my personal affairs. I'm Yi Qian and you know that she's still a high school student. You've seen her with your own eyes, so you know that she only avoids me. But there are still some brothers in the unit who don't know about it. I don't want to ruin that girl's image because of me. There was a deeper meaning to his words. J5 looked at Xia Jinyuan thoughtfully and saw a hint of a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. After thinking for a while, J5 suddenly realized something and said in surprise, You have such thoughts? Does she know? Also, don't you know that our unit never recruits female soldiers? Chapter 440. She doesn't know yet, but I'll make sure she sets her sights higher. So what if she doesn't recruit female soldiers? I dare say that her marksmanship isn't any worse than any of us here. Don't scare me. I'm not that easily scared. J5 was so shocked that he took a step back. He couldn't believe his comrade who was so proud of his little girl. He couldn't accept that a high school student's marksmanship wasn't any worse than their Snowfield Brigade's special forces. Xia Jinyuan took a step forward. His eyes were burning with passion. He patted J5's shoulder with a smile and restrained his pride. He said calmly, When have I ever exaggerated? Didn't you guys see her marksmanship when she was sniping the #1 target in the no man's land? It's already been more than a year. Do you think my little fox is still stuck in the same place? No, she's improving at lightning speed. His little fox was a warrior who relied on her own 2 hands to create a world for herself. She used her strong will and perseverance to overcome difficulties time and time again. Her roots were deep, her steps were steady, and her marksmanship wasn't any worse than a special forces soldier's. What was so surprising about that? Uncle Chun and Uncle Jen's training for her was strictly based on the training methods of the Triangle State Army. She was a Special Forces soldier without a military uniform. Xia Jinyuan had been out for more than 5 minutes. He still had a few pages of documents to read. After admiring J5's unsettled expression, he walked gracefully towards the conference room. Look, even a Special Forces soldier was surprised by his little fox's ability. What kind of commotion would she cause when she joined the army? By then, his little fox would be like a bright moon. Although quiet, she would be the brightest light in the darkness, attracting everyone's attention. It was a wise move for him to make his move in advance. Hey, wait. He brushed past J5's shoulder. J5's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He turned around and chased after him. Did they mention Yi Qian's name in the meeting because she's also on the list? The pistol that Duo prepared was also prepared for her? Fuck. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you explain yourself? Xia Jinyuan turned a deaf ear and pushed open the tightly shut door of the conference room. He then closed the door again, blocking out the J5's voice. G3 looked up from the information and frowned. He said calmly, "He likes to worry. He did in the past and he still does now. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just tell him. He'll understand." He kept thinking about the incident between Q King and that female student. He was afraid that history would repeat itself. As long as Q King went to the southern province, he would be anxious every day. It was normal to be concerned about your brother, but it was not right to be overly worried. It's fine. He didn't say anything. It's just that he doesn't understand something in his heart, and I didn't tell him. He's just throwing a little tantrum now. Xia Jinyuan sat down calmly and crossed his long legs elegantly. He concentrated on reading the information that he hadn't finished reading. His little fox was fine, and his reading speed increased. Life was indeed full of ups and downs, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Yi Qian returned to the city at 4 p.m. with Lu Tuan, who happened to have something to do at the provincial military base. She could not miss the evening self-study on Sunday night. She had to be back before 5 p.m. "I'll be back on time tomorrow afternoon. I've made you and the political commissar worry today." After getting out of the car, Yi Qian stood by the open car door and smiled at Lu Tuan, who was sitting in the car. "I'll go in first. See you tomorrow." Chapter 441. Lu Tuan waved his hand at her and said with a serious but caring smile, "As long as you can hold on, you're welcome to come at any time. Now, you're my soldier, so I have to be strict with you. You can't be lazy just because of a small injury." "I won't be lazy. Don't worry." Yi Qian closed the car door with a smile on his face. He waved his hand and watched the car leave before walking towards the school gate. On the other side of the road, Ying quickly wrote down a license plate number on her notebook with a fountain pen. Looking at Yi Jian, who was walking towards the school gate, a sharp sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yi Jian. No wonder her classmates said that she didn't go to the evening self-study class since school started. It turned out that she had a car to fetch her every day. This was a discovery. She had to tell her family the license plate number and find out who it was. Yao Jing, who was good friends with Yi Ying, walked over and patted Yi Ying's shoulder. Wasn't that Yi Qian? Who drove her to school? Yi Ying, who was deep in thought, was startled by the tap. She quickly closed her notebook, patted her chest, and turned around. With a look of lingering fear, she said angrily, "You scared me to death. Why are you here so early today? Don't you usually come when class is about to start?" "My mom is attending a banquet tonight. No one at home asked the driver to send her to school early. I asked you a question. Did you see who drove Yi Qian back? Didn't they say her family is so poor that they can't even afford her school fees? Why would someone drive her to school?" Yao Jing was a woman of her word at home. Seeing that Yi Ying didn't answer, she urged, "Hurry up and say it. You're mute." Yi Ying put her notebook back into her bag and smiled. "I don't know. My family doesn't have any relatives who drive her to school. Maybe she met someone outside." "Met someone outside? Who would drive her back?" "I don't know. I was just guessing. Let's not talk about her. It has nothing to do with us." Yi Ying, whose eyes were shining, carried her bag and said with a smile, "Is Lemay's birthday coming soon? What are you going to give her?" The topic then turned to the birthday gift for a good friend. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian was surrounded by her classmates, and Justin and the other girls. When they saw the hideous scar on her hand, they all gasped. "It's just that I was hit by someone's bicycle and fell to the ground. It's just a little scratched. It's really nothing else. Don't look at me like I've broken a bone. It really doesn't hurt." And Justin raised her arm and looked at it again and again. Then, she said to the students whose expressions had changed, "It's fine. The purple iodine solution covered a large area and looked scary. I used to fall on my butt and look worse than her. Don't worry, the scab will form tomorrow." She herself was a person who was resistant to falling. Her father was a geologist. Every summer, who knew how many times she would fall and get injured? A small injury like this was nothing to her. When the girls in the dormitory heard this, Yang Yi said angrily, "Do you think Yi Qian is a tomboy like you? Look at you. One look and you can tell that you grew up from a young age. Yi Qian is different. Her skin is soft and tender. Her skin is as white as snow. She can't fall and fight like you." When she said this, Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed. The one who could fall and fight was not Justin, but Yi Qian. Her fair skin really had an advantage. It left a delicate impression. Chapter 442. On the other side, Justin was unhappy. She laughed and chased after her. "Yang Yi, you know too much. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the universe." Yang Yi and Justin were classmates in the first year of high school. She knew more about tomboys than the other three. They talked about what happened in the first year of high school. And Justin fought with a boy from the third year. She rode on the other party's waist and beat him up all by herself. It was obvious how strong she was. Yi Qian, who was packing up her textbooks, heard this and kept a calm smile on her face. Her high school life was very comfortable except for Ying, who appeared from time to time. This kind of high school life was not in vain. When they were eating dinner in the cafeteria, Zhang Bin came over and invited them to watch a basketball game. The second and third years of high school had a basketball competition. Today it was Zhang Bin's turn to play a warm-up game. Yi Qian had never watched a basketball game between students before. Hearing this, she agreed readily. Little girls loved to watch it, not because they liked watching basketball, but because they liked watching boys play basketball. Even Justin was excited. They're playing against the third year's second class today. The boys from the second class are playing basketball. Handsome. Hurry up and eat. We'll watch it after dinner. It was not because of Zhang Bin, but because of the other boys. This made Zhang Bin, who had not gone far, angry. He had not even played yet, but he was already angry. When Yi Qian and the other girls arrived, the front row of the basketball court was full of students. The first year of high school had returned to school 2 weeks ago. Once they came back, the school became more lively. Even the cheers were much louder. "Over here, over here." Zhang Bin, who had been paying attention, saved a seat. When he saw the 6 of them, he immediately ran over from the court. The boy was tall, almost 1.8 meters tall. Standing in front of the petite girls, he was full of youthful energy and also showed off the charm of a boy. "I saved a good seat for you guys. Tonight's self-study session starts at 8 o'clock. You guys have to watch until the end." As he spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Justin's face. She could see through the little boy's thoughts at a glance. However, Justin did not look at them at all. Her attention was completely focused on the boys who surrounded a few girls in high spirits. Then, Yi Qian said, Look, it's that Yang Heng. It was that Yang Heng. He's my fucking Prince Charming." Yi Qian felt like he was being struck by lightning. Yang Heng wasn't Justin's Prince Charming. Yang Heng is average. He looks skinny and not as strong as Zhang Bin. Yi Qian felt that Justin's Prince Charming had to be changed. Justin's Prince Charming, who liked Ying, TSK. It must be the Zebra Prince. His entire body was covered in flowers, and he was blind. When Zhang Bin heard that, He purposely puffed out his chest and directly blocked in Justin's unbridled gaze of admiring Yang Heng. Look at how discerning Yi Jian is. You've known her for so long. Why haven't you learned anything from her? Stop, stop. Make way, make way. It was really difficult for a thick-skinned person like Justin to realize that something was wrong. She glared at Zhang Bin and wished she could run over to show her enthusiasm. He's so handsome. I like this type. Yi Qian, you haven't seen him in a school uniform before, right? Look at our blue and white striped school uniform. He's just like a model. He's so handsome. And Justin did not stop praising Yang Heng. She was not the only one. Yi Qian listened until the end and was full of praises for him. Chapter 443. In the eyes of other girls, Yang Heng was indeed a pretty good boy. His grades were good, and his name was definitely in the top 5 of the cohort. He looked delicate and pretty, and his frame was not bulky, which was exactly what girls liked. When he was thin and muscular, he looked skinny in the school uniform, but when he put on a basketball uniform, he looked strong. This type of boy was the best at winning girls' attention. But in Yi Qian's eyes, he was just a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. Was that what he called strong? It was thin, okay? Captain Xia's body was strong. Good-looking bones? The proportions were obviously not. Captain Xia's body was the real golden ratio. Was he good-looking? At most, he would act handsome from time to fool girls. Captain Xia's facial features were exquisite, like a jade carving. Was he handsome in the school uniform? She didn't see him. Only soldiers in the army would walk out with handsome and mighty soldiers in their uniforms. Every one of them was a good boy. In comparison, Yi Qian felt that Yang Heng was not good enough at all. She hadn't realized that her taste in boys was so high that she was using Xia Jinyuan as a template for comparison. She had to admit that Major Xia's strategy was indeed effective. Compared to Major Xia, the little boy was completely incomparable. There were still 5 minutes before the start of the game. The boys on the court were all warming up. While Justin was happily watching, Yi Qian saw Ying and a few other girls walking directly to the court. Their target was very clear. It was Justin's Prince Charming, Yang Heng. Justin, look at who's on the court and who's walking towards. Don't be angry, you must stay calm. Yi Qian had just wanted to change the Prince Charming in her heart. And now the opportunity had come. Yi Qian gently reminded Justin, who only had eyes for him and did not see Ying. At the same time, she braced herself for this person's anger. After taking a closer look, Justin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her. Her eyes widened, and a loud "fuck" came out of her mouth, attracting the attention of countless people. How can this be? That little bitch Ying knows Yang Heng. Not only do they know each other, but Yang Heng also took the water from her hand. It was rare for Yi Qian to take the initiative to pat Justin's shoulder. He said to Justin, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, "Don't you think that the boys who like Ying are all blind? It's just like how a scholar is only interested in the female ghost's appearance, but he can't see through the white bones underneath." And Justin rubbed her face. Her personality was like a boy's, so her way of dealing with things was different. After cursing, she wailed, "Are you kidding me? I always thought that I had good taste, but now it seems that I was blind." She only thought that the other party was good at basketball. Now that Yi Ying had appeared, she was disgusted. Instantly, she had no other thoughts, let alone the Prince Charming in her heart. Zhang Bin only felt that the unhappiness in his heart was finally gone. It was resolved so quickly. He originally wanted to compete on the court. Yi Qian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Yang Heng and the other man's gaze had turned in their direction a few times. There was a group of people behind them, so he couldn't be sure who they were looking at. "Leave this to me. I'll make sure that she can't speak of her suffering. She won't be able to find trouble with us." A boy wearing jersey number 8 patted his chest and said to Yao Jing, "If I had known that Yi Ying would be taken advantage of by her, I would have dealt with her long ago." Chapter 444. Yao Jing laughed. Although her facial features weren't as delicate as Yi Ying's, She had confidence that made her seem radiant. Looking at the guy who stood up for Ying, she raised her voice and said, "As long as you stand up for Ying, we'll have fun next Friday night." "Ying, can you say it yourself?" "No." Ying rejected directly. She was a little angry. This Yao Jing was the most scheming. She was the one who suggested it, but in the end, she blamed it on her. When Yao Jing heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched. She glanced at Ying and smiled. "If you don't want to, then forget it. To think that I stood up for you. Forget it." She loved to save face. She was obviously angry, but she still had to suppress it. "If I say it's okay, then it's okay. We'll start in 2 minutes. Go sit at the side." Luo Rant's family owned a furniture factory. His family had some money. He was interested in Ying, so he wanted to show off. He patted his chest and made the decision. Ying frowned and looked at Yang Heng. She did not want to offend Yao Jing, so she could only ask him for help. "Luo Ran, don't mess around. Just play basketball. Don't make trouble." Yang Heng, who was playing with a ball, saw this and said lightly. He told Ying and the rest to go back to their seats. The whistle had already been blown. Yang Heng's gaze swept across the stage. There was a flicker of light in his eyes. So the girl he saw at the traffic station that night was her. At the beginning of the game, the girls screamed the loudest. The provincial number 1 middle school was developing well in sports, and the students' enthusiasm for sports was also much higher. Yi Jian was probably the calmest. Listening to the deafening cheers and watching the vigorous figures on the field, there was only a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. After watching for about 20 minutes, Yi Qian felt a little bored. Just as Uncle Chun said, she liked the training ground in the army the most. She wanted to leave early and wait for Zhang Bin's class to score consecutively. She wanted to go to her side to cheer and share the joy with them. Yi Qian raised his hand and waved at her, then sat down again to watch. Yi Qian picked up the questions for the evening self-study session and laid them on top of the physics textbook. Amidst the noise, she calmed down and picked up a pen to start the questions. Yi Qian was definitely the first person to be able to solve the questions in this kind of situation. During the halftime break, the players of grade 12 all leaned on their side to rest, while Zhang Bin and the rest switched to the other side. Yi Jian, who was almost done with a test paper, did not notice that she was doing the last question during the halftime break. Her roommate, Li Qian, was the first to return to his seat. He noticed Yi Jian, who was engrossed in doing the questions. He then looked at her completed test paper and sighed. "Yi Jian, you're so smart and hardworking." After writing down the final analysis process, Yi Jian pressed down on the spring ballpoint pen and looked up with a smile. "You don't have to admire me. I just don't like watching football matches, but I was too embarrassed to leave early. I did the test paper because I was bored." She looked at the backs of the other 4 who had yet to sit down, and Justin was still shouting at the top of her lungs. She couldn't help but laugh. "She's so crazy. I suspect she'll rush down. Yang Heng and the rest are here. They're resting in front of us now. It would be strange if they weren't crazy." Li Qian was very quiet. His grades were below average. When he spoke, he was gentle. Occasionally, he would reveal a shy smile. Because he was on the chubby side, he didn't always hang out with Justin. Instead, he liked to hang out with Yi Qian and humbly ask questions that he didn't understand. Then, she picked up the textbook that she would bring to the self-study session later and lowered her head to read. Chapter 445. Yi Qian didn't disturb her. Instead, he tidied up his textbook. He would read it seriously later. Watching basketball games was also part of high school life. Yi Qian, and Justin, whose face was red from shouting, turned her head and saw that Yi Qian, who was standing beside her, had already sat down. She quickly sat down and said happily, "He's really handsome. If Yi Ying didn't know him, I would have chased after him." The other 3 girls from the same dormitory also sat down. Just shouting "do your best" made them sweat profusely. When the 3 of them sat down, the resting third-year players immediately saw Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to Justin with a smile on his face. Feeling that someone was watching him, He raised his head and looked over coldly. He saw a boy wearing an old silver necklace staring at him. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her originally calm gaze suddenly turned sharp because of the boy's impudent gaze. When she looked directly at the boy, her originally elegant gaze suddenly gave off an extremely cold and oppressive feeling. Suddenly, the boy was so scared that he took a few steps back. Luo ran, there's still the second half. You can't let your legs go soft. The boys who didn't notice saw him take a few steps back and looked like he was about to fall. They all laughed out loud. Yang Heng, on the other hand, glanced at the stage and saw a sea of black heads. Fuck you, I just slipped. Luo Ran, who was trying to be brave, would never admit that he was scared by Yi Qian's gaze. Although he was cursing in his heart, he didn't want to admit defeat. He straightened his neck and said, I haven't had my fill yet. Today, I'll definitely beat this group of second-year students. Yang Heng threw the empty mineral water bottle aside and sneered at Luo Ran. Luo Ran, don't stand up for others. Be careful that you don't even know how you died. During this period of time, the Transportation Bureau was secretly investigating the girl who helped the criminal police solve the case that night. He had seen her before. When 2 police officers led her and another man into the Transportation Bureau, he was just coming out of his office. The next day, his father warned him not to mention that he had seen the girl outside. She had almost forgotten about it, but after having dinner in the cafeteria today, Yao Jing suddenly remembered it. Luo Ran wanted to stand up for Ying, but his head was caught by the door. Just play around for a bit and you really want to stand out? Do you think that school is a society? In the second half, grade 12 class wanted to win while grade 12 class 2 wanted to tie. It was even more intense than the first half. The entire basketball court was about to be lifted by the screams. Yi Qian felt his eardrums hurt. Come on. Come on. Good luck. Grade 12 class 12. Yang Heng. Yang Heng. Do your best. The only uniform shouts in the audience were either cheering for Yi Jian or cheering for Yang Heng. Yi Jian, who was used to hearing uniform cheers, felt like she was in a magic spell. She decided that she would never come to watch any competitions again in the future, unless she was asked to. Li Qian didn't really want to watch anymore, so he whispered into Yi Qian's ear, Why don't we go back to the classroom? I feel a little dizzy hearing this. The competition is about to end. If we don't leave early, it will be quite crowded later. His words touched Yi Qian's heart. He said to Injusin, who was so excited that it was as if she was playing the game herself, Look, I'm going back to the classroom with Li Qian. And Jusin only reacted after he said it a few times. The competition is about to end. You're leaving now? Why don't... As she spoke, a black shadow suddenly came from below the stage. The students sitting in the front row were shocked and instinctively dodged to the side. Chapter 446. A few screams were drowned out by the cheers. The ball, which was supposed to go in, was snatched away by someone. It lost its aim and flew towards the audience. The students who saw it all knew to hide, while the students who noticed the situation all looked over. They didn't know who was the unlucky one to be hit by the basketball. It had happened before. Their faces were covered in blood. It was too horrible to look at. Ying, who was sitting to Yi Qian's right, could see the situation. She subconsciously gripped the corner of her skirt and stared at Yi Qian. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She didn't need to do it herself. There would always be someone who would teach Yi Qian a lesson for her. This was what her father said. Only the right person can use it. Yao Jing, who was sitting next to her, glanced at her. There was a faint coldness in her eyes. Yang Heng liked girls like her? Girls who could be killed with one slap. Were they that good? Yi Qian felt that she was indeed a basketball player. Her aim was quite accurate. The ball flew directly towards her face. If her entire face was hit, she wouldn't be able to face anyone tomorrow. Yi Qian, who had already stood up, caught the ball directly towards her face with both hands. Under the gaze of the surrounding students, the corners of her mouth curved into a slight smile. She weighed the ball in her hands in front of her opponent's stunned gaze. She definitely had to return this ball. Otherwise, how could she compete? This ball isn't very obedient. You should change it. As Yi Jian spoke, her eyes were bright and clear like the moonlight. They seemed clear, yet they were actually hazy, and they were separated by a layer of mist that couldn't be seen through no matter what. Her features were beautiful like water, and they were extremely elegant. But even if she wasn't elegant, her smile was a little cold. At first glance, it looked like a blooming flower. But if you looked closely, you would realize that it was actually a sharp sword. In Luo Ran's eyes, Yi Qian's smile was like a sword hanging over his head, about to fall. He couldn't help but take a step back. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bin, who was standing behind him, blocked him. He heard Zhang Bin angrily ask behind him, "Luo Ran? Whose face did you hit with the ball just now?" "Whose face could I have hit?" Luo Ran roared. He used the volume of his voice to prove his innocence. "Who the fuck can control this kind of thing? Do you think I want to? Fuck, don't you know how to talk?" Boys were not good at quarreling. When they quarreled, they would settle it with their fists. Seeing that Zhang Bin was about to throw a punch, Yi Jian quickly raised her voice to stop him. She smiled and said, "Hey, the senior wearing the number 16 jersey. I know you were careless. I didn't blame you. Why are you angry? Catch." As she spoke, she swatted the ball in her hand, as though she was playing a volleyball. Volleyball is so soft. From the shock by the flying ball. "By Yi. You, does it hurt?" And Justin asked blankly. The entire basketball court. It was a little quiet. Yi Qian looked at her sideways and smiled. "I'm not in pain. It's that guy who's in pain. I have to go down and apologize. After all, I slapped his nose full of blood." Yi Qian used both hands to support himself on the railing that separated the audience from the court. With a light leap, he flipped over the railing that was 1.5 meters high and walked in front of Luo Ran, who was looking up to stop the bleeding. "I'm sorry, senior. I'm a volleyball player. My hands are strong. When I got the ball, I unconsciously used it as a volleyball. I'm also standing high. I didn't expect it to hit your face. I'm sorry." She had hit his face with the ball. She had to apologize. Chapter 447. Yi Qian would never allow herself to be taken advantage of. If the other party had really been careless, she would have laughed it off. But the other party was obviously not. Since the ball was aimed at her, there was no grudge between them, and they didn't even know each other before this. Only Yi Ying had been on the court. If this had something to do with Yi Ying, then sorry, she would return the favor the way you hit her. Yang Heng took a towel filled with ice water and placed it on Luo Ran's nose. Looking at the obediently apologizing, beautiful Yi Qian, he pursed his lips and said loudly, "It's okay. You can go back to your seat." When Yi Qian raised the basketball, Yang Heng felt something was wrong, but he never expected that. The power of the shot would be so great. It made Luo Ran's nose bleed. Also, he couldn't cause trouble for her. After all, Luo Ran was the one who hit her first. The other party was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. He didn't even have the right to ask for an explanation. His answer made Yi Qian raise his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that he didn't know her? Or that Yi Ying didn't mention her to him? Both were possible. Yi Ying now wished that everyone didn't know her and didn't go against her openly. Compared to junior high, she was much more experienced. "Then I won't disturb your game. Sorry." Yi Qian apologized politely again. He didn't return to the spectator seats. Instead, he gestured for Li Qian, who was dumbfounded, to take her book and return to the classroom together. Luo Ran was hit by the basketball. Not only did his nose bleed, but his entire brain was buzzing. He was seriously injured. After using the towel filled with ice water to apply to his face, he heard Yi Qian's apology and left. He was like a little tyrant at home, so how could he let Yi Qian go so easily? He pushed away the man who was supporting him and stood with the towel in his hand. He glared at him fiercely. "Fuck! You hit me and you want to leave? No way. Luo Ran, do you think this is your fucking house?" Surprisingly, the one who was angry was none other than Yang Heng. He grabbed Luo Ran's arm and warned him in a low voice, "Luo Ran, don't fucking throw a tantrum here. You know what you've done." Who can you blame? A girl playing volleyball hit the ball over and you didn't catch it. You blew all over your face, and you still have the face to shout. Yi Qian had already stopped. She was waiting for Luo Ran to say, "No way." After hearing Yang Heng's words, she narrowed her eyes. Why did it feel like Yang Heng was avoiding her? "Junior, you should go back. He's just being silly. We'll explain when the teacher comes." Yang Heng was indeed avoiding Yi Qian. He did not want Yi Qian to notice them, a group of students who pretend to be obedient in school but are no different from hooligans outside of school. This was a warm-up match organized by the students themselves and supervised by the student union. The teacher stayed in the first half of the match and only left in the second half. As soon as she left, she received news that a student had been hit in the face by a basketball and had a nosebleed, and it was a girl in the audience who was returning the basketball and had accidentally hit him in the head. This was the first time the teacher had heard of such a thing. Yi Qian brushed past the school doctor and the teacher, then met up with Injusen, Li Qian, and the others outside. When they saw her coming out, they all gathered around her, their faces full of admiration. Chapter 448. The 5 people in the dormitory looked at Yi Qian with stars in their eyes. One hit of the basketball and someone's face was covered in blood. How valiant! Li Qian was about to take Yi Qian's textbook over when he saw her outstretched hand. He asked softly, "Does it hurt? It hurts quite a bit, right? Do you want to go back to the dormitory to get some hot water?" "It hurts. After all, it was a basketball and not a volleyball." "It's all right. I didn't have any other thoughts when I hit it. I just wanted to return the ball. I didn't expect to make someone bleed." Yi Qian explained with a smile. She took the textbook and saw Yi Ying and the other girl walking over with dark expressions. At that time, the sky was already slightly dark, and the street lamps were already lit. The dim yellow light left on the 2 faces, as if there was a layer of dirt that could not be scraped off. It made the 2 faces look gloomy, revealing a sense of hostility. The basketball court was in a corner of the school, and there weren't many street lamps on both sides. Yi Qian and the other girls happened to be standing in the dark. Yi Ying and Yao Jing, who walked out, were both preoccupied and didn't notice. "I didn't expect your sister to be so capable. Yi Ying, why didn't you remind me in advance?" Yao Jing walked quickly. Compared to Yi Ying, who had caught up, there was an additional layer of frustration in her eyes. Why couldn't she handle such a small matter well? In the end, Yang Heng had to clean up the mess. Yi Ying was furious when she heard this. She caused this trouble and now she didn't remind her? What did she remind her of? She clearly didn't agree to do this on the court. "Why didn't I remind you? I didn't agree at that time." Yang Heng didn't agree either. Yi Ying indeed gave in to Yao Jing, but today on the court, she couldn't do so. Yao Jing would take a mile after taking an inch. Hearing this, Yao Jing stopped and turned to glare at her. She sneered. "Ha, you mean it's all my fault now? Am I wrong? I'm just standing up for you. You were the one who told us that your sister bullied you. If you didn't say it, would I stand up for you?" In short, the fault was all on others. It had nothing to do with her. Even if she was wrong, she had thousands of reasons to explain herself. In the end, it was still someone else's fault. If others didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. If she wouldn't, it was a formula to find excuses for herself. Yi Ying had always been a meticulous person. She vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Yao Jing's attitude toward her, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. A dark light flashed in her eyes, and she carefully probed, "Don't you know Yang Heng the best? Would he have agreed to such things in the past?" Yao Jing was still in a fit of anger, so she let Yi Ying sound out a little. "I went to the same school as him since we were young. He's never liked to do such things, so it's normal for him to stop it." Suddenly, Yi Zhenjian understood why Yao Jing had been treating her differently. Turned out that she liked Yang Heng. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Look at you. You know him so well, but you still said those words to Luo Ran in front of him. How about this? When Yang Heng comes out later, I'll explain to him that I was looking for you and wanted Luo Ran to stand up for me. You should have been like this back then. Yao Jing glanced at her and her mood instantly improved. She held Yi Ying's arm and lifted her chin slightly. I knew you were the best. Don't worry, you're so good. Yang Heng will definitely write you a love letter soon. Chapter 449. Ha, if Yang Heng really wrote a love letter, Yi Ying would be in trouble. Yi Ying cursed in her heart, but she said, Don't tease me. How could Yang Heng write a love letter to me? I got to know him because of you. In the future. As she spoke, she saw Yi Qian and her classmates standing not far away. This meant that they might have overheard her conversation with Yao Jing. It didn't matter if Yi Qian heard it, but her classmates couldn't. I have something to discuss with Yi Ying. Justin, you guys go back to the classroom first. Yi Qian glanced coldly at the two people who had already seen him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yi Zhifan must have told Yi Ying not to cause trouble for her in school. But Yi Ying came looking for her. Since she came looking for her, how could she avoid it? Coincidentally, she also wanted to know who the guy who had a bloody nose was. I'll stay. Li Qian, you three go back to the classroom. And Justin rejected. She was afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage. You didn't interact with Yi Ying for a year in high school. Now, she only knows people from families with some status. Don't think that I'm staying because I'm afraid of her. After all, Li Qian and the other two had only known each other for a month. Unlike in Justin, they whispered, Be careful. Then they left. Once the three of them left, Yi Qian smiled and said, Are you really going to cause trouble with me? No need. You can just stand by my side and watch. Let's listen to what they have to say first. Yao Jing, who had also recognized him, narrowed her eyes. She grabbed Yi Ying's arm and walked over with a half-smile. You're Yi Qian, right? You made a senior in high school bleed with a basketball. How impressive. Do you know who you're hitting? She had a gloating expression on her face. Her smile was also full of interest. It's Luo Ran, the most troublesome student in school. He's good at fighting, drinking, and smoking. You hit him, you'll be blocked after school. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had helped Yi Ying vent her anger. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Ying and said, We didn't hit her with the ball today, but she was courting death by hitting Luo Ran. We still managed to vent our anger. Yi Ying knew that Yao Jing's heart was at ease now that Yang Heng's matter was brought up. She smiled and said, I'm afraid my sister doesn't know Luo Ran yet. I have to introduce him to her. What's there to say? I'm just waiting to be blocked after school. Feeling comforted, Yao Jing intimately leaned against Yi Ying and smiled sweetly. Ying, if you get bullied in the future, it's not wrong to look for Luo Ran. It turned out that the boy who was beaten up by him was called Luo Ran. Would he stop him after school? Yi Qian thought about it. It had been a long time since he had been blocked. Raising his eyebrows, he smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll wait to be blocked. Didn't he often get blocked in the past? So what if he was blocked by a few students? In the past, He Jimin, Tan Wei, and Xie Sifeng were your helpers. Now it's changed to someone else. Why are you so timid? You don't show up yourself and always look for others. And Justin crossed her arms and looked at her mockingly. If you have the guts, come out yourself. Why do you always use others as your tool? Yao Jing, who had a smile on her face, heard this and her expression changed slightly. She had always known that Yi Ying was a smart person who knew her limits. However, she didn't know what kind of person she was in middle school. Her hands unconsciously wanted to loosen. She liked to play smart, but that didn't mean that she would see others play smart with her. Chapter 450. Yi Ying remained calm, as if she didn't notice Yao Jing's strange behavior. She said coldly, Yi Qian, you said that it would be best for us to coexist peacefully in school. I didn't understand in the past, and the things I did were childish and laughable. But have I done anything to you since the 3rd year of middle school? Coexist peacefully, whether in middle school or high school. It's best if we don't quarrel or embarrass each other. What happened tonight was an accident. I couldn't control that boy's actions. He wanted to stand up for me. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else. I did stop him, but he didn't listen. How could she not notice Yao Jing's strange behavior? Ying was trying her best to make it up to her because she noticed. And she did make it up to her. Yao Jing's expression softened. Although she didn't pull her arm back, she didn't feel as intimate as before. She smiled sweetly and said, Ying, why are you talking nonsense with her? So what if she's my sister? Do you think she'll hit you? She looked at Yi Qian and said arrogantly, I didn't like you today, so I asked Luo Ran to do it. If you have the ability, come find me and Luo Ran. This has nothing to do with Yi Ying. Birds of a feather flock together. Yi Qian sensed that the girl standing beside Yi Ying had her own thoughts and didn't really want to stand up for Yi Ying. Her lips curled up slightly, and her eyes flashed with mockery. Yi Qian didn't mind Yi Ying finding more friends to stand up for her, but if there was a chance for her so-called friends to cause trouble for Yi Ying, Yi Qian found it quite interesting. As her eyes moved, a cold smile appeared in her star-like eyes. She slowly opened her mouth and said, You can't stand the sight of a student you don't know, so you ask someone to attack her. If it wasn't for Yi Ying, would you do this? The distance between the girl and Yi Ying widened again. Just now, they were shoulder to shoulder, but now there was a gap of a fist between them. She glanced at Yi Ying, who still wanted to destroy the peace in front of her, and said with a smile, So, whether or not tonight's incident has nothing to do with you. Yi Ying, you know what you did. I also know that you know many classmates from good families in high school, but if you want to use them to make trouble for me, Yi Ying, then you're wrong. Firstly, I won't be afraid. Secondly, the school is the school after all. If you guys go overboard, the school will come forward and invite the parents. I believe that the one who will end up embarrassed won't be me. Number 3. Don't forget that there is only one way to deal with students who cause trouble. Expel them. Even the student records will be cancelled. Yi Ying still had a smile on her face, but when she heard the last part, her heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Yao Jing, who was beside her. When she saw that Yao Jing was expressionless, she glared at Yi Qian and said sternly, Yi Qian, how dare you threaten me? Just as she said, once her family found out that they were causing trouble at school, they would definitely not tolerate it. Threat? These are the school rules. Didn't you read the school rules? Yi Qian laughed. All of them were just trying to intimidate others. In the end, they still had to rely on their parents. Yi Ying, if you want to cause trouble for me in high school, be careful that you don't implicate your friends. They won't be able to get into university. When he said that, Yao Jing and Yi Ying's expressions changed. While they were talking, the game had already ended. The spectating students began to walk out. From a few people to groups, the quiet stadium instantly became lively. Chapter 451. Yao Jing took the opportunity to withdraw her hand from Yi Ying's arm. She studied Yi Qian for a while before saying, You're right. Yi Ying and I would never violate the school rules. Naturally, we won't find trouble with you. But, she pointed at the boys in their jerseys and smiled. Naturally, someone will find trouble with you. This Yi Qian was indeed smart and knew how to talk. He never faced her directly and only targeted Yi Ying. Yang Heng had said to never find trouble with a smart person who could distinguish between the severity of the matter. Thinking of Yang Heng's words, Yao Jing had no intention of standing up again. Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yao Jing's threat. I don't know any of you. I only know Yi Ying. If you dare to take the risk of being expelled to stand up for her, I can only say that Yi Ying has made the right friends. Classroom, cafeteria, platoon. Such a simple life. If Luo Ran had the guts to bring people into the school and the platoon, she would definitely respect him as a man. Her indifference made Yao Jing's eyes darken. Not because of Yi Qian's words, but because she knew that Yi Qian had seen through her intentions, because she would never stand up for Yi Ying. Without another word, she ignored Yi Ying and walked away with a cold face. This time, Yi Ying did not chase after her immediately. She looked at Yao Jing's back and sneered in her heart. Sooner or later, she would make Yao Jing not dare to treat her like this again. But facing Yi Qian, she refused to admit defeat. She lifted her chin and smiled proudly. You're right. I have made a group of good friends. All of them are willing to stand up for me. Yi Qian, what about you? Who will stand up for you? If you go against me, Just wait for them to teach you a lesson. Luo Ran is not a good student. Just wait and see. Yi Qian was too lazy to say anything more. Yi Ying's intelligence was too narrow. Even her judgment was the same. And Justin, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. She could tell something was amiss. But Yi Ying was still pretending. How could she not want to laugh? We'll wait and see. Yi Ying hurry up and complained to Luo Ran. After all, the unlucky ones won't be me and Yi Qian. With that, she raised her arm, which had been tightly linked with Yi Qian's, and laughed. What are friends? Friends should never leave each other, you know that? It was so piercing that Yi Ying's eyes suddenly became sharp, and her face turned pale from anger. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Is that so? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourselves." He didn't stay any longer and left aggressively. Yi Qian smiled coolly. Then, with a serious expression, he said to Injusin, "Don't leave school so easily. I'll take care of Luo Ran's matters." He didn't confront Yao Jing directly just now. Instead, he only mentioned Yi Ying time and time again because he wanted to let her know that the matter between him and Yi Ying had nothing to do with friends. It had nothing to do with Injusin, who was standing beside him. "Don't worry about me, but you have to be careful. Luo Ran is indeed not a person to be trifled with." And Justin lowered her head and rubbed her forehead against Yi Qian's shoulder. "Zhang Bin told me that I must listen to you and can't make my own decisions. Don't worry, I'm not a day student. I won't leave school." Even so, Yi Qian still secretly kept an eye on things for the next few days. He found that Luo Ran didn't make any moves, and Yi Ying also didn't make any moves. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy Yi Qian felt. Chapter 452. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qian went directly to the army for training. As soon as she walked out of the school gate, she felt a few malicious gazes coming from different directions. This made Yi Qian feel more at ease. At least, she knew that Luo Ran had not given up and was looking for an opportunity. Yi Qian walked forward with light steps with a slight smile in her eyes. Usually, she would leave at night for training. Since Luo Ran did not know, no one would come looking for trouble. However, on Friday, they only had to ask Yi Ying to know that she would leave the school. The army's car was parked about 500 meters away from the school. Yi Qian walked quickly in her school uniform. She was agile and knew how to avoid being followed. It only took her 2 minutes to shake them off. "What? She's gone?" Luo Ran, who was sitting in the canteen and drinking a soda, jumped up and glared at the students from other schools. "None of you followed her? Fuck." Outside, there were a few young men from the underworld who were close to Luo Ran. Hearing this, one of the young men with yellow hair on his forehead walked in while chewing on a beetle nut. "I told you to let us do it, but you didn't believe me and insisted on finding a few students. Isn't it normal that things didn't work out? How about this? We'll deal with it for you. Look at your nose. It's been a week and it's still bruised. How can you take it lying down?" Clang! A soda bottle cap was pried open. Yang Hong, who was leaning against the counter, said to Luo Ran, whose face had turned ashen, "I don't have any opinion if you want to make the trouble bigger, but to let outsiders bully your own female classmates, Luo Ran, I look down on your guts." He took out a $50 note from his shirt and put it on the counter. He said to the canteen owner, "Give them a soda bottle each to calm down." He picked up his bag and walked out leisurely, leaving Luo Ran alone with a pale face. He slammed his fist on the counter. After thinking for a while, he grabbed his bag and chased after him. The young man with yellow hair looked at the $50 note on the counter and then looked at the boy who walked out first. He whistled and said to his friends, "So he's also a rich student." The few young men standing outside all laughed when they saw this. "What are you laughing at? Go and find out where that boy is active. Luo Ran's family has been strict recently, and money is tight. We brothers need to find another family." The yellow-haired youth held the 50 yuan between his fingers and said to the quiet shop owner, 3 packs of cigarettes and as many bottles of soda as you have left." There were only a few days left until National Day. The tiger of autumn was still showing its prowess. It was so hot that everyone wanted to drink a mouthful of ice. The soldiers all brought their own kettles. They didn't drink ice water, but tea with honeysuckle added in a large stainless steel bucket. They could drink as much as they wanted. After a bucket was placed on the training ground, it didn't take long for them to see the bottom. The basement was cool, but after a training session, it was still hot enough to make one sweat. When Yi Qian arrived at the underground training ground, he saw that all the car soldiers were packing up. They looked like they were about to leave. "Why are you all packing up? You're not practicing tonight?" she asked the soldier who drove her here in surprise. "Didn't you say that we'll be practicing every night until the end of December?" The car soldier who picked her up pursed his lips and smiled shyly. "The political commissar is here. Do you want to ask the political commissar?" Political Commissar Yen was waiting for Yi Qian to come over. He signaled the car soldier to go about his business and smiled warmly. "There's a special mission tonight. You've been practicing for almost a month. We've all seen your results. We all agree that you've improved very quickly." Chapter 453. Right now, you only have one night training course that you haven't started yet. I discussed it with Commander Liu, and we will start tonight. You will drive a car and be accompanied by your instructor. You will depart from your province for cross-province training. Yi Qian was stunned for a few seconds. After hearing this, he said in disbelief, "Political commissar, I don't even have a driver's license." He was worried that he didn't have a driver's license, not that he couldn't do it. "Don't worry about that. We have our own arrangements. Go and see the car you will be driving tonight. The instructor is doing maintenance for you." Political Commissar Yen admired Yi Qian's confidence in himself. It wasn't arrogance, but a down-to-earth confidence. He wasn't exaggerating, nor was he overly modest. Yi Qian immediately had no more worries after hearing this. He responded crisply and walked towards the parking lot. At 11 p.m. The surroundings were cleaned up. After all the preparations were done, Jeeps drove out of the underground parking lot one after another. They drove to the side of the road in an orderly manner before turning on their headlights and driving into the mountains. All the cars were Jeeps instead of armored vehicles. From the outside, they looked no different from the Jeeps in the city. Yi Jian followed in the middle of the convoy and began the night training that would last until Sunday. She would only be back on Sunday. At 3 a.m., Political Commissar Yan's voice came from the walkie-talkie. He asked the instructor accompanying Yi Qian, "How's the situation on your side?" Reporting everything is normal. The instructor, who also didn't sleep, kept his mind awake and reported the situation of their car. Change at 4 a.m. The co-driver will take over. The co-driver was the instructor himself. At this time, they were already on the mountain road. The long mountain road seemed to spiral into the sky. The headlights shone in front of them. On one side was the vast mountain range, and on the other side was an unprotected cliff. The entire mountain road was bumpy and uneven. Yi Qian's whole body was shaking. There wasn't a single minute of silence. After making a 180-degree turn, they continued to climb up. One moment they would make a 180-degree turn inward, and the next moment they would make a 180-degree turn outward. They continued to drive forward until the co-driver took over. Yi Qian had already completed the 4 stages of basic driving, practical driving, long-distance driving, and graduation assessment. At 5 o'clock in the morning, all the motorcades stopped by the roadside. After resting for half an hour in the wilderness, they continued to move forward. At 6 o'clock, the motorcade no longer followed the mountain road. Instead, they turned into another section of the mountain. "Attention all vehicles, attention all vehicles. We will arrive at the simulated battlefield in half an hour. All vehicles, please prepare for battle." Even though it was Yi Qian's first time driving at night, she knew what the tests were. When the car turned out of the mountain road and headed into the mountains, she knew that they had arrived at the test area. There were a total of more than 10 simulated battlefields. The simulations here covered almost all the common situations that one would suddenly encounter while driving. The artillery blockade was the first simulated section. Amidst the sounds of explosions, Yi Qian drove through it. Flames rose in front of her eyes. She could feel the firepower even from inside the car. The steering wheel turned so fast that her hands turned into afterimages. After dashing out of the car, they arrived at the bullet hole road. The car was bumpy, and the body was shaking. Like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, Yi Qian courageously trained with the male soldiers on this completely unfamiliar training ground that was set up based on the terrain of the wilderness. There were dozens of wartime courses, and Yi Qian couldn't miss a single one. Under the conditions that were similar to actual combat, she trained her driving skills. This was also a foundation that no one could surpass when she officially wore the military uniform in the future. Chapter 454. After the assessment, the entire mountain was filled with thick smoke. When the walkie-talkie said, "Over," even the strong-willed Yi Qian slumped over the steering wheel after the car came to a stop. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat laughed when he saw this. He joked, "So you can get tired too. Some time ago, all of us male soldiers were shocked by you. Every one of us trained with all our might, afraid that we would be outdone by a girl who hasn't even graduated from high school." Many of the male soldiers were left in the dust by this young lady. As soldiers who were about to enter Zongnanhai, they felt disgruntled when they saw the intensity of her training. Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar had arranged for them to be her instructors. The pressure was immense. Now that they saw her slumped over the steering wheel in exhaustion, it was really a first for them. They couldn't help but make fun of her for a moment. "Instructor, don't make fun of me. We were almost burned to ashes by the artillery just now," Yi Qian said in a low voice. He wasn't afraid, but he was shocked. It was even more shocking than the gunfight in Australia. No wonder Platoon Commander Liu and the political commissar insisted that she take part in a night drive. It was obvious that they wanted her to participate in actual combat. They wanted her to experience the dangers of war. While she was shocked, she also understood why a country needed a strong military. Only a strong military could prevent you from being homeless and homeless, from being caught in the flames of war, and from having your family destroyed. The instructor sitting in the front passenger seat was also panting. When he heard this, he laughed heartily. "Yi Qian, this is nothing. It's just a small-scale, team-based simulation of actual combat. It's only for our group of people." It was just a small-scale simulation of actual combat, but it made Yi Qian truly feel what war was like. Could destroy heaven and earth. Could destroy all families, countries, and lives. It was a real feeling. It was a shock that went straight to the heart. It was as if she had walked into a circle of death and come into close contact with the Grim Reaper. This was Yi Qian's first time taking part in actual combat training. Even though it was just a small-scale simulation of 20 people, it was so real that it shook her to the core. Compared to the gunfights she had experienced in Australia, the shock the artillery gave her was directly smashed into her heart. Just a small simulated battle had such a huge threat. The soldiers who were not afraid of sacrificing themselves on the battlefield faced death directly. Facing the smoke and gunfire of war, they bravely defended their country with their iron-blooded bodies. They were the most admirable people of this era. With her hand pressed against her chest, Yi Jian, who felt her heart palpitate, gently closed her eyes. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. No matter how fierce the artillery fire was or how dense the bullets were, she would walk in this direction step by step. She would not look back, and she would not regret it. Yi Qian, whose mental state had improved once again, exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Just as she was about to get up, the instructor gently patted her back and said with a smile, "Take a break. Calm down. Actually, ours is not bad. Take the brigade that specializes in training military driving teams, for example. The technical soldiers there are really well trained. Other than learning how to drive sedans and flat-top firewood transport vehicles, many of them also learn how to drive artillery tractors, heavy transport vehicles, and other special vehicles. Their training is strict and rigorous, and they have more actual combat experience than us. Every single one of them has godlike driving skills." Chapter 455. Seeing that Yi Qian had not moved, the young instructor became a little restless. He took off his training cap and scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He said, "Are you okay?" I don't really know how to comfort people. Do you want to talk to the political commissar? Picking up the walkie-talkie in the car, the instructor prepared to contact the political commissar with a serious expression. Yiqian raised his hand and pulled the cord of the walkie-talkie. He raised his head from the steering wheel and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's my first time passing through artillery fire, so I'm a little shaken up." "Hey, it's fine. This is considered a very small simulation of actual combat. It's not the kind of large-scale simulation where there are all kinds of simulations." Hearing this, the instructor's smile deepened. He looked at his comrades who were getting out of the car one by one outside and said to Yiqian, "Get out of the car, get dressed and rest. We'll set off in about 2 hours." After getting out of the car, she sat under a tree with the instructor to rest. Both of them were covered in sweat. After driving for a whole night and nearly an hour in the simulation of actual combat, they were so tired that they did not want to talk. They looked at each other. The instructor saw that the little girl in front of him only had a little tiredness on her face, but her eyes were bright and full of spirit. He could not help but smile bitterly and say, "I'm a big man, but my energy can't even compare to a little girl like you. Yiqian, you're planning to apply for military school and go to the front lines after graduation, right?" After graduating from military school, students were directly assigned to the army. The choice of direction was also determined by the school and the army. The students did not have the freedom to choose. However, if the individual's professional qualities were good enough, under normal circumstances, the leaders would still inquire about the student's intentions before making the appropriate arrangements. For a student like Yiqian who had excellent qualities even before entering military school, many troops would definitely recruit the best after graduation. In contrast, Yiqian could state his intentions and make his choice accordingly. However, this kind of thing was too far away from her. Whether or not she could get into military school was another matter. She smiled and said, "I'll have to get into military school first. When the time comes, we'll see what the arrangements are. I still quite like the front lines." The front lines were not a certain division, but a certain special forces unit. In the end, any army was meant to serve the war. The special forces were the pioneers of the army, ready to carry out missions at any time and throw themselves into the fierce war. Yiqian's goal was to enter the special forces. She wanted to grow and train in the war. This was the only way she could live up to Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chen's teachings. Only then would she live up to her second life. Joining the frontline troops is tough, but it would be a waste if someone like you didn't join the frontline troops. The young instructor sighed with emotion. He leaned his head against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. His ordinary facial features showed the toughness of a soldier. Although he was tired, he was still mighty and upright. Take the time to rest. The training is not even half over yet. If you don't rest well, it will affect the second half of the training. Yiqian, on the other hand, did not feel tired. Training like this always stimulated her adrenaline and kept her in a state of excitement. She did not feel sleepy at all. Even if she did not feel sleepy, she had to force herself to rest. Yiqian leaned against the tree and covered her face with her training cap. Like the other soldiers, she raised her head and used the cap to block the sun. She closed her eyes and rested. There was still smoke lingering in the mountains. Surrounded by the steep mountains, it would not take long for the smoke to dissipate with the wind. The 20 or so soldiers entered a short break. Political Commissar Yen, who was traveling with them, said a few words to a soldier whose arm was slightly injured. He lightly patted the soldier's shoulder and then went to look for Yiqian. Chapter 456. The first thing he had to do was look for the car. Once he found the car, he found Yiqian resting against a tree. Before he could say anything, Yiqian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, moved her head, and her hat slipped off her face. Political Commissar Yen saw a pair of bright, clear, and determined black eyes staring at him. He could not help but laugh. He waved at Yiqian and gestured for her to go to the side to talk. Yiqian also laughed. She stood up and patted the leaves off her body. She followed Political Commissar Yen to a place where they wouldn't disturb the rest of the soldiers. "Aren't you resting? We're only halfway through the training." This girl. He hadn't even asked her why she wasn't resting, but she was asking him instead. "Aren't you not resting either?" Political Commissar Yen had always been easygoing in front of Yi Qian. He was never intimidating and always had a friendly smile on his face. "How is it, Miss Jian? How do you feel? Isn't it more interesting than the training ground?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and laughed. "You're treating me like a child. Simulated combat is also a war. There's nothing interesting about it. There's only feelings." After laughing, his eyes gradually darkened, and even his voice became cold. The deepest feeling was seeing war and also seeing blood and seeing death and life. "When I was in the car just now, I couldn't calm down for a long time. I felt like the war was right beside me. The simulated combat was just a trigger. Political Commissar, I didn't find it interesting. I just felt that I still have a lot to improve on before I can become a real soldier." It was rare for a high school student to have a sense of crisis and a sense of mission that only a soldier would have. And it was even rarer for her to learn that war was inseparable from blood in a simulated combat. Her peers were still struggling with textbooks and studying hard to get into university, but Yi Qian was already thinking deeper and further. He originally wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her and let her understand the meaning of simulated combat. It was a way to train the soldiers' bodies and minds. But now it seemed like there was no need for that. After returning to the car, Political Commissar Yen contacted Platoon Leader Lu and said with great emotion, "Yi Qian will be a bright star in the army in the future. Her existence will not only illuminate the other soldiers, but also push her unit forward. Old Lu, this girl's awareness is quite high, and her perception is also extraordinary. I heard from her tone that she intends to go to the front lines, and she will definitely achieve something in the future. Every time I see her progress, I can't bear to let her go back to school. If a female soldier were to compete with a male soldier in the army, she would have to endure more hardships and fatigue than a male soldier." However, Yi Qian was extremely talented. Just like the male soldiers, he was able to endure hardships and fatigue. His improvement in ability left the male soldiers in the dust. Faced with his old partner's exclamation, Lu Tuan laughed and replied, "Otherwise, why would she be chosen by a world-class sniper and a rank 1 sergeant major? Don't worry too much. That girl is easy to worry about. Even 20 soldiers can't compare to her. A fine horse can't run out of a stable. You must bring this girl to the wilderness to train more. When I came back from winter break this year, I made a report to the higher-ups. If they agree, we will let her join the army to participate in winter training. She will follow the male soldiers up and down the mountain to train her. Even if she goes to another unit in the future, ha ha ha, she will still be a new recruit under my command." Political Commissar Yen felt that his partner was a little shameless. He laughed and said, "Old Chun has already made arrangements. We can forget about it. We have to wait for him to finish his arrangements before Miss Yi can join our unit." Chapter 457. Everyone wanted Miss Jian to stay, but it was not up to them to decide. Political Commissar Yen was only thinking about it in his heart. He thought about Principal Chen's training and said, "She has been trained according to the special forces. It would be a waste for her to come to our team. However, we can let her participate in field combat. After all, she will be fighting solo with Principal Chen." The new semester had only started less than a month ago, but the regiment commander and the political commissar were already thinking about the winter vacation training. 2 hours later, all the vehicles started the zipper training that they had done during the day. When the sun gradually disappeared and night fell, more than 20 vehicles once again plunged into the winding mountain road. All the soldiers were still dusty from the training and started the second night's long-distance driving training. The mountain road was rugged and narrow. Yi Qian, who had rested well during the day, kept his eyes forward and did not dare to be careless. In the latter half of the night, he was hit by sleepiness. The accompanying instructor took out the good stuff that was used during long-distance driving training and gave it to Yi Qian. Yi Qian threw 2 raw chili peppers into his mouth and chewed. The spiciness made his grip on the steering wheel tighten. "Instructor, are your stomachs made of iron? This spiciness, will your stomachs hurt?" "It was too spicy." "Yi Qian, who felt like his mouth was spitting fire, tried to distract himself by talking. Eating raw chili, raw cooling oil, raw onions. These are all common. However, it's only for long-distance driving. It won't affect the stomach too much. We don't eat spicy food in our hometown. Now, I can't eat anything spicy. The instructor saw that Yi Qian's face was red from the spiciness. He glanced at him and immediately averted his gaze. Although the person beside him was a high school student, she was still a girl. It was embarrassing for him to keep staring at her. After passing the Death Valley, the winding mountain road, the steep cliffs and other dangerous roads, they continuously drove for hundreds of kilometers and successfully completed the long-distance driving mission at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. The continuous high-intensity driving training tempered the driver's fighting style. It also made Yi Qian understand that every soldier was not easy. The night training also changed Yi Qian a lot. He stood in a row of soldiers and was like a growing eagle, rapidly and fiercely moving towards his goal. Yi Qian still had to rush back to school in the afternoon. After a simple freshening up, she immediately rushed back to school. This time, she came back a little late. The car driver didn't need her to remind him. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed all the way to school. To see a girl. Fuck. I couldn't tell. Another rich student. Brother Huang was the young man who was close to Luo Ran. He squinted his small eyes and looked over. When he saw that the girl was still standing beside the car, his eyes darted around. He threw the cigarette between his fingers to the ground and walked away, swaying his skinny body. He sneezed twice after walking a few steps. He rubbed his nose with his fingers and looked uncomfortable. Yi Qian stood on the path back to school. Classes started at 7 o'clock. It was 6:46 when she arrived at school. Yi Qian only had time to say thank you to the soldier who sent her and ran all the way to school. She needed to finish the 500 meters in 4 minutes. Then she needed another 5 minutes to run from the school gate to the classroom. Time was tight. She didn't have a minute to waste. Chapter 458. After running for a few meters, Yi Jianjian saw that the people who were leaning against the wall with cigarettes in their mouths had all walked out. One by one, they stood in the middle of the road and looked in her direction. Under the light of the street lamps, Yi Jian could tell that they were young men from society who always hung around the school. Seeing that they had blocked the sidewalk, Yi Jian turned to the road without changing her expression to avoid these people. She didn't have time to waste. She should hurry back to school. Brother Huang, who thought that blocking the way would scare the students, immediately ordered his men to get off the road and block the way. But how could they catch up with Yi Jian's speed? They could only watch her run past them. She was more than 10 meters away before Brother Huang and his men realized what was going on. Fuck! She ran so fast. Is she a sports student? How can we catch up with her? They were dumbfounded as they watched Yi Qian's figure disappear from their sight like a whirlwind. Brother Huang glared fiercely at his underling who was praising Yi Qian and belittling him. He scolded, "What the fuck are you all standing there for? Find Luo Ran and ask him what that girl's name is. That young guy can't block her, but that girl can." After scolding, he sneezed a few times in a row and then yawned again and again. His footsteps swayed as he left. The school gate was already closed. Yi Qian took out her student ID and rushed into the school while the guard nagged her. She ran to the classroom door just as the bell rang. Teacher Tong was already in the classroom. Seeing Yi Qian coming in on time, she didn't say anything. She gestured for her to return to her seat and continued, "The military training will start the day after tomorrow. Gather at 7 in the morning and set off from school. Everyone, remember to bring your own daily necessities. Bring all the necessities I wrote on the blackboard. The class will prepare some anti-heatstroke medicine. Students who go home can also bring some. If you need anything, you can ask me first. If the class can prepare it, we will prepare it for you." Just as they were talking about the military training, the holidays were getting closer and closer, and their expectations were also increasing. Previously, they thought that they were taking up the holidays, but now they couldn't wait to go for the military training tomorrow. And Justin gently nudged Yi Qian's arm and said in a low voice, "Yi Ying's not going." That's great. I'm not going either. It's great too. You don't have to be envious of me. Train well and we'll meet again in 7 days. Yi Qian smiled at her and said softly, I think you'll like military training. And Justin gritted her teeth and said, I can understand if Ying doesn't participate, but I can't understand if you don't. Principal Chun needs me to take care of him. I've already applied for leave. Yi Qian could not tell her that he was going overseas. He could only tell her that it was for Principal Chun. The school has already agreed. It won't affect my graduation. As her desk mate, and Justin could accept this reason. Teacher Tong had finished her lecture. After that, there was only the sound of pages being flipped in the classroom. The occasional discussion was for the sake of learning. Yi Qian finished the evening self-study session with an empty stomach. After class, she greeted Justin and ran to the snack bar to buy some bread to fill her stomach. Since class had just ended, there were not many people in the snack bar. Only a few boys were buying soft drinks. Yi Qian walked in and saw Yang Heng holding 2 soft drinks from the fridge. When he saw her, Yang Heng took the initiative to ask, Class is over. What do you want to eat? My treat. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about Luo Ran. Chapter 459. Yi Qian didn't like boys who pursued Ying. But when Yang Heng scolded Luo Ran on the basketball court, she couldn't bring herself to dislike him. She felt that the boy in front of her didn't seem like the type to be charmed by Yi Ying's looks. Of course, the biggest reason was that she wanted to know Luo Ran's exact whereabouts. So she didn't reject him outright. She raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. It's a little strange. Why are you the one telling me about Luo Ran? It's not strange because I know him. What do you want to eat? Soda? Popsicles? Yang Heng followed her back to the convenience store and took out 10 yuan from his pocket. It's exactly 10 yuan. Soda or popsicles are fine. More students came in one after another. 2 girls even took a second look at Yang Heng before shyly lowering their heads and walking past him. They probably heard what he said and glanced at Yi Qian out of the corner of their eyes before going to the shelves to get something. Yi Qian, who had bread and milk in her hands, didn't respond to their stares. She paid for the bill and walked to Yang Heng's side. What do you want to tell me? Let's talk while we walk. Yang Heng put the money in his pocket and took a sip of his soda. His words made Yi Qian frown slightly. Yi Qian, I saw you at the Transportation Bureau. I see. No wonder I felt like you knew me. Yi Qian took a bite of her bread and said faintly, What do you want to tell me about Luo Ran? A warning like the one Yao Jing gave him? About being blocked by him after school? Yang Heng saw that she wasn't interested in how he met her at the Transportation Bureau. He couldn't help but look over. It's only been a month since school started. Haven't you heard about Luo Ran? I heard about him. He got into fights and caused trouble. He knows young people from the underworld. In short, he's not a good student. Yi Qian threw the plastic bag containing the bread into a trash can and smiled faintly at Yang Heng. If you're here to tell me this, you don't have to. The whole school knows about him. I won't tell you anything that the whole school knows. I have something to tell you about Luo Ran. Yang Heng reacted quickly. His straightforwardness made him not want to hide anything from Yi Qian. Luo Ran got a student from another school to wait for you at the school gate on Friday. The person who told him that you would be going out on Friday was Yi Ying. Be careful. Luo Ran holds grudges. You made him bleed with a basketball in front of so many classmates. He won't let it go so easily. Yi Qian stopped in his tracks when he heard this. He stood in the shadows of the street lamps that shone through the leaves. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. So he was the one who sent someone to follow me on Friday. Thank you. I'll remember that. If this guy really liked Yi Ying, he wouldn't have directly said that it was Yi Ying who reminded Luo Ran in front of me, and he wouldn't have stood out to remind me. He was a boy full of contradictions. Well, he couldn't be considered good. At the very least, he would also cause trouble outside and hang out in internet cafes. To put it bluntly, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, a school was a school and not a place for them to cause trouble. A boy who was neither good nor bad. Yi Qian's impression of him was neither good nor bad. You're welcome. I think It should be Luo Ran who can't afford to offend you. After all, you spent a few hours to find a suspect in the Public Security Bureau and allowed them to successfully arrest the criminal within 12 hours. My intuition tells me that he should either keep a respectful distance from you or get along with you peacefully. Yang Heng wasn't Luo Ran. He didn't mix around with the underworld and spread his wealth everywhere. He was a person with principles. He didn't cause trouble, didn't cheat or bully the younger students, and definitely wouldn't bring students from another school to beat up his own students. Chapter 460. Coupled with the influence of his family environment. He knew very well what his bottom line was and what kind of person he shouldn't provoke. In his heart, Yi Qian was someone he definitely shouldn't provoke. Yi Jian laughed. This little boy was quite interesting. No wonder so many girls in the school liked him. Even in Jiasin, who was thick-skinned, liked him. He did have some redeeming qualities. She reached out her hand and said clearly, "Hello, I'm Yi Qian. I'm a junior from sophomore class 1. Please take care of me in the future." Yi Qian would never be stingy with people with principles like Yi Qian. Besides, Captain Xia once said, "People need friends no matter where they are." Her intuition told her that Yang Heng was indeed a friend worth making. Yang Heng was stunned by Yi Qian's outstretched hand. After he recovered, he laughed and shook Yi Qian's hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm a senior from sophomore class 1, Yang Heng. If you have any problems, you can look for me anytime. As long as I can solve it, I won't refuse." He smiled and said, "I don't think you'll look for me if it's about your studies. But if it's about something outside, it's no problem at all." He was really interesting. Compared to girls like Yao Jing who looked cheerful on the surface but had a lot of thoughts on the inside, he was much more interesting. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Heng still had a smile on his face. No wonder all the boys in sophomore class 1 were full of praise for Yi Qian. When they talked about him, it was like they were good brothers. Yang Heng really liked him. During this week, Yang Heng had also secretly inquired about Yi Jian's affairs and more or less understood a little. "Yang Heng, Luo Ran from class 6 has been looking for you a few times. He said you should go to his dormitory when you come back. It's urgent." When he heard Luo Ran's name, Yang Heng's eyes flashed coldly. He thanked his roommate and went out again. Well, even if he didn't come looking for him, he would have gone looking for him. Just based on Yi Qian's actions just now, he couldn't let Luo Ran mess around. 5 minutes later, the originally quiet male dormitory was suddenly filled with the sound of something being smashed. Then came Luo Ran's angry roar. "Yang Heng, you fucking wait for me. Wait for me. I won't let you go. Just you wait." Yi Qian only found out about the fight between Yang Heng and Luo Ran the next day. It was said that they were called to the sports field by the dean of teaching that night and were punished to run 3 kilometers before returning to the dormitory. Both of them are from the year 3 team. They seem to have a good relationship. Why would they fight? I don't know. Someone said that Luo Ran was looking for Yang Heng. While they were talking, Luo Ran started a fight. He even shouted that Yang Heng wasn't loyal. Yang Heng and Luo Ran's fight had spread like wildfire throughout the school after the morning self-study session. Luo Ran didn't come to class that day, but Yang Heng went to class as if nothing had happened. He wasn't affected at all. Yi Qian frowned. Did Yang Heng beat Luo Ran up because of him? It wasn't that she was overthinking things, but it was just too much of a coincidence. When the 4th period ended, Yi Qian knew that she wasn't overthinking it. The fight between the two of them was indeed related to her. "Yi Qian, don't you have any shame? Don't you have any shame? It's only been a month and you let 2 boys fight for you." Yao Jing stormed into year 2 class 1 with an angry face. She lifted her leg and kicked Yi Qian's desk. She said fiercely, "You let Yang Heng solve your own problems. I don't understand how you managed to charm Yang Heng into beating Luo Ran up." Chapter 461. Yao Jing was quite popular in school because of her family. She had quarreled with other girls before, but this was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Yi Ying, who had been standing at the side, had no intention of coming over. Now that she heard this, she pretended to be anxious and walked over. "What's wrong, Jing Jing? Let's talk things out. You know what kind of person she is. Sit down and talk things out. Let her apologize." She then said to Yi Qian, Jing Jing has a very good temper and rarely gets angry. Yi Qian, what did you do to let her down? Hurry and apologize to her. Before the teacher comes, let's settle this peacefully. Just like before, she would think of ways to put the blame on Yi Qian at the slightest sign of trouble. It was still the same even after a few years. After hearing her words, the classmates who were about to eat couldn't help but stop and wait for Yi Qian to explain what was going on. When Yao Jing heard this, the anger on her face became even more fierce. She shouted, Why is she apologizing to me? Why do I need her to apologize? Bitch, son of a ah! Before she could curse viciously, Yi Qian slapped her across the face. The slap was crisp and clear. It was like slapping a cucumber, leaving a 5-fingered imprint on her face. Yao Jing cried out in pain and covered her face in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was actually slapped. Moreover, the slap was directed to her mouth and face. Yao Jing, watch your fucking mouth. Yi Qian's mother is a martyr. And Jiasun was already furious. If Li Qian and the rest hadn't been quick enough to hold her back, she would have slapped Yao Jing a second time. Her angry roar silenced the entire class. No one in their class knew that Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Thinking of Yao Jing's unfinished scolding, the expressions of the students who hadn't left changed slightly. They looked at Yao Jing with a hint of disgust. Yao Jing, this slap tells you that no one is someone you can insult as you wish. Yi Qian's expression didn't change at all after he slapped Yao Jing. He stared coldly at Yao Jing, whose eyes were burning with anger, and said in a low voice, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble for me. In class, Yi Qian had never lost her temper. She was polite and easygoing to every student. But now her gaze was as cold as a cold sword. The air around her was filled with a sense of oppression because of her cold voice. There was a sense of tension and pressure in the hearts of all the students. This Yi Qian was so unfamiliar, yet so revered. Ying seemed to have thought of something. She bit her lower lip and a trace of panic flashed across her face. She stood beside the furious Yao Jing and did not dare to say another word. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yi Qian's piercing gaze. Her shoulders shrunk. Her knees gave way and she fell on the chair beside her. Yao Jing didn't notice Yi Ying's fear. Her eyes were red from anger. She covered her face and glared fiercely at Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, Yi Qian, just you fucking wait. I won't let you off. Her threat was much more serious than Yi Ying's. She removed her hand from her face and said fiercely, Give me a slap today. Just you wait. Okay, I'll wait. Yi Qian didn't back down in the face of the other party's threat. He replied even more fiercely, You insulted my mother first. Do you think I'm afraid of you?